To put this in context, my school won a government grant where they could choose 25 of us to take on a trip to an abandoned village in Spain. We could miss 5 days of school, but there we had to do some simple restoration work for the village in exchange for our room and board. We cleaned the streets, painted some walls, helped in the kitchen, took care of some livestock. It was hard work, but we had a great time. The village is called Granadilla in Cáceres, in case anyone wants to check it out online, and the program was called Program for the Recovery and Educational Use of Abandoned Villages. And as a brief history of the town, it is located on the banks of a reservoir that flooded the town in the 1960s. The inhabitants who refused to leave drowned. Anecdotally, the old cemetery remains underwater today. The first night, the counselors who lived there during the camp took us to the new cemetery to tell us scary stories from the village. Ghosts, lovers who took their own lives in the old castle. We were all enchanted. Now, one of the counselors had even hidden behind the cemetery wall and would make noises and bang on the walls from time to time to scare us during the stories. Now, despite the scares, you could see everyone was having some fun. Suddenly, in the distance, a car appeared. It's a fairly inhospitable part of Spain, so the road had no streetlights. We only saw what our flashlights illuminated and, now, the headlights of that car. I remember the way the counselors looked at each other when they saw the car. Granadilla is far from any other town. There are no shops or houses nearby, and I think there was nothing for a 20-minute radius. That road only led to the town, and there were all of us who should have been there. 50 kids in total, us in another school, 4 teachers, and 3 counselors from the town. So who was driving at midnight on that road that leads to nowhere? The car drove very, very slowly almost to where we were standing. We all thought it was a joke from our instructors, but the truth is they were acting pretty good about it because we didn't see them smile or even break their temperament at any point. And they looked at the car in surprise and tried to continue telling the story. The car stopped near us, turned around, and went back the way it had come, disappearing again in the distance. We continued to giggle, thinking it was just a little skit to scare us. Now, a few minutes later, the car appeared again, but this time followed by another car. Both were completely identical, white, those old-fashioned cars that look almost square, and both were driving extremely slowly, tailgating each other as if in a parade. I remember one of the chaperones signaling to another if he knew who they were. Both shook their heads. The cars did the same thing. They got very close to us, waited a few seconds, and then turned back the way they had come. Some of the kids started asking them who they were, clearly a little nervous. The monitor who was inside the graveyard came out too, looking at the spot where the cars had disappeared again. No one seemed to know anything, and our teachers also started asking them if there were people hanging around here. And then for the third time, the cars reappeared. Now there were 3 of them, again identical. They did the same thing. They drove slowly, one behind the other, but this time they parked in a small gravel area at the side of the cemetery about 50 meters away from us. They turned off the engines, opened the doors simultaneously, and this is where I started to get scared too. And 3 figures, about the same height and build, got out and just stood there, staring at us. I say staring at us because that's what it seemed like. The truth is, I never managed to see their faces or any actual human features. My teacher then started telling us to stand up, and we all started following the counselors back to the village. Our teachers watched our backs and asked us to stay calm. I walked beside one of the teachers, and I heard a counselor tell him, "This isn't our business anymore. That would be out of line with the kids." When we arrived at the village, the monitors closed the gate leading into Granadilla and asked us to remain calm. The village is walled and the only access was that one which was already closed. Whoever the cars were, we were already out of their reach. I remember how scared some of my classmates were when they went to bed that day. A couple of them even cried next to their teachers who assured them that it was definitely just some prank. However, no one seemed to believe this theory. But surely if it was a joke, it was a very nasty one. Still, we were able to enjoy the rest of the week without any more scares or strange people hanging around. In the village, no place had been built for the kids who went camping there to sleep, so we stayed in the old houses of the inhabitants. Those that had 2 rooms had been emptied to make room for 12 beds in each house for us, 6 beds in each dorm. And we had a great time, worked hard, and explored every corner of the place both day and night. We arranged fake weddings, snuck out to stargaze, and bothered the cattle at night. You know, the kind of things that 16-year-olds do when they have a town all to themselves for a week. And by the time we reached our last night there, we were all exhausted. Some had barely slept in a week with so much hustle and bustle, and the physical labor that we were doing during the day was clearly starting to take its toll on our spirits and bodies. So when we finished dinner that night, almost all of us kids went home. We know that some of them did stay and chat with the students from the other school, but around 1 a.m., the whole town was quiet. It was easy to hear anyone who had skipped bedtime because our room had a large window that we left open at night to let in the fresh air, and consequently, any noise from outside. Nothing could be heard outside that night, though. I couldn't sleep, which is something that happens to me a lot when I'm excited about something. I'd had a great time, so much so that I seemed to have forgotten about the car incident from that first night. I'd met some great people and I'd loved working in the village, so even though my colleagues were already asleep, I was still thinking about everything we'd done. And that's when I heard the door downstairs open. It's an old door, one of those heavy ones that drag on the wooden floor when opened. It's impossible to be discreet. I was surprised to hear it open because I hadn't heard anyone pass under our open window. I assumed they were our teachers trying to figure out if everyone was already in bed and resting, or trying to catch the guys who usually tried to sleep with their girlfriends while camp was going on. Now anyways, I was surprised because they had never come to our house. We had never made any fuss about it, and honestly, we were usually so tired that we turned off the lights pretty soon after dinner. Whoever was downstairs slowly started to climb the stairs to our room. On the landing, there were 2 doors facing each other, the one belonging to the girls from the other school and ours. The wood creaked beneath their feet as they walked very slowly. So slowly that it was strange, and I lifted my head from the pillow to see if any of my friends were also awake and listening to the same thing. However, they all seemed to be asleep. The person reached the first floor, the bedroom floor, and paused for a moment. And then they began walking slowly toward our room. The door we had was as old as the house itself, and it didn't fit properly with the frame, and because of this, there was a gap of about 5 centimeters between the bottom edge and the floor, through which light was leaking through. The person was acting so strange that I sat up in bed trying to hear something. I looked at the doorway and saw 2 feet standing there. And the strange thing was that they were so close to the door that it seemed like the person behind it was leaning completely against the wood. I saw the handle move, though the door didn't open. It was as if someone with very little strength was trying to move it. I had unzipped my sleeping bag and was now sitting on the edge of the bed, trying not to touch the floor with my feet so as not to make a sound. I looked around again, but everyone was still asleep. The handle was still moving, but it was almost imperceptible. But me, I was scared to death. And then I stood up. At that exact moment, the wood creaked beneath my feet, and the person, or thing, I couldn't say exactly what it was, shot down the stairs. The strangest thing was the speed at which it did it, a sort of superhuman speed that made me shiver, and I remember going extremely cold and feeling paralyzed. Every step that thing took on the wood up the stairs and then down them sounded like it weighed 300 kilos, putting all its weight into each step. It seemed to have been running for its life going down those stairs due to the strange speed that to this day I still can't recreate. When the person reached the floor below, they slammed the door so hard it made the walls shake. I couldn't move. I just stood there, still in the same place that I was, just trembling with fear. The strange thing wasn't that someone had broken into our house. It could have been any kid, any teacher, maybe someone trying to play a trick on us. The point is that no kid or adult could have run that fast, making that much noise down those stairs, nor could anyone slam the door, which felt like it could have been heard all over town. And even though I waited a moment to try and listen through the window, no one seemed to be outside. I heard no footsteps on the gravel driveway, no laughter, no one entering the adjoining houses. I woke my classmates up crying and told them what had happened. Together, we went out in our pajamas to see if anyone was around the house or if we saw any lights on in any of the other kids' houses. Nothing. And we even went to our teacher's place to ask if it was them, but they were also in pajamas and very clearly sleepy. I don't know how many times I've told this story, how many times I've gotten goosebumps remembering it. I don't know what it was that entered our house in that village that night, but it wasn't human. Years later, Granadilla appeared on a famous Spanish television program about paranormal events called Cuarto Milenio. They talked about spirits, entities that still roam the houses in that old castle. So I was at a Halloween party back in 2001, and it was the craziest night of my life. I'll never forget it, even though I kind of wish I could. I didn't really know anyone there apart from the girl who had brought me, because we were kind of hooking up at the time. She was a bit of a hood rat, and so were her friends. And when we got there, there was one chick just passed out on the front lawn, her skirt hitched up to reveal her underwear and just sleeping out there with no shame. But what the hell, right? I'd seen worse at frat parties. Now, little did I realize that this sleeping beauty would become the beast of my Halloween. And an hour or so had passed at that point when we were all inside dancing and having fun and enjoying life. And then suddenly, the sleeping psycho comes crashing into the house, screaming that she just had a prophetic dream that the punch had been spiked, with strychnine of all things. And then her eyes lit on me. She pointed and started screaming. I was the one. I was the stranger among them. I'd spiked the punch and was trying to enact some type of apocalypse prophecy. And I'm just sitting there like, no? But for some insane reason, half the party started to turn on me with some sort of suspicion. And someone yelled that they thought the punch had tasted a bit strange, and another person had shouted that they'd seen me pour something into the bowl. Of course, none of this damn crap had actually happened. I'm not Jim Jones. I was just there for a good time, but half the party didn't seem to be having it. And then the other half decided to come to my defense, and of course this was all insane. It was just Glenda, who was always making up conspiracies and did actually have mental problems. So then this big fight broke out over me while I'm there ducking and dodging and diving to get away from this group of absolute idiots. And all the while, this Glenda lady is just screaming about how I'm the Antichrist and put strychnine in the punch. And at the time, I didn't even know what strychnine was. A group of guys seemed to believe her because they started grabbing me, holding me down, punching me. And at that point, I thought this was it. I was probably dead. All these drunk idiots were going to kill me. I even tried to fight back, but it was at this point 5 versus 1. And then some other group of guys attacked them, and at that point it just gave me a chance to get free. And I ran like the wind, jumped into my car and just hightailed it out of there. I didn't give a crap about the girl who invited me. They were her psycho friends. And as soon as I was far enough away, I called the cops. Now, I had heard the party got shut down, and of course there was no trace of that strychnine or any other poison in the punch. And I never spoke to any of them again, and I never wanted to. It was the most pointlessly and terrifying night of my life, and I have to be honest, I've avoided Halloween parties or really any parties ever since, especially the punch. So long-time listener, first-time submission. And I noticed a lot of them are longer form. Typically, I tell these two events separately, but they take place so close together, and they're so similar you might as well make one long story. Now, the side effect is that by the end of it, it's probably going to sound pretty far-fetched. A bit too much for some people, but I assure you, everything you're about to hear here actually happened to me. So I might as well start from the very beginning then. This all takes place in the early fall of 2003, probably starting sometime in September, but a couple of weeks go by. So I'm a high school senior, but don't have any driver's license yet. And I don't remember what the inspiration was, but my best friend Mark and I were on an urban exploration kick at the time. We'd been to some abandoned houses and barns and stuff like that, and there was even this place called the Underground Gas Station right down the street from school. It wasn't actually underground. It was a concept design from the 70s where it was hidden from the road with a ton of trees rather than in-your-face signage. It was pretty cool, but it's townhouses now. We were getting bored with the obvious stuff out there. We needed a better target. And somehow I landed on this place in the general area called Little People Village. And this is where the chain of events really kicks off. LPV itself isn't integral to what happens later, but it's worth talking about for a minute. I think I found it on an urban legends or creepy locations website, the same kind that you'd find Dudleytown on and various abandoned asylums. You should still be able to find pictures of it online today. That last part with asylums does come into play later though. Now anyway, the legend behind LPV was that it was this crazy artisan who built a tiny intricate stonework village in the woods. It also had an ominous stonework throne that felt out of place, like he was the ruler of the little people. And so the thing with the throne is that whoever sat on it got cursed and died 7 years later. Yeah, totally believable. Now the problem though, the description of the location for LPV was absolute trash back in 2003 from multiple sources. They were contradictory and vague, and it's much more accurate on modern sites. And that meant that we had a lot of ground to cover and locations to scout, which all does lead to Event 1, so just bear with me a second. Now eventually we found it several miles away from where we started. It's wedged in between the greenbelt next to a highway exit and high voltage power lines. Turns out it was a roadside attraction during the time of trolley lines and smaller parkways. The trolley line went defunct once the interstate popped up. It is quite creepy and you can see evidence of an old throughway. And yes, I sat on the throne. Now early in our search for LPV, a few exits further up that same interstate, we decided that this abandoned nursing home or hospice care complex was a fine alternative to turning up empty-handed on our main quest. Now the side quest it is, I guess. Ironically, we went here far more times than we did LPV, way easier access, and I'd say the two of us probably hit this spot over a dozen times easily before the spot got too hot. And the encounter that I'm about to get to was somewhere in the middle of all of our visits, but first a bit about the complex layout. There were a few buildings that were not connected, so I'll just talk about the main one where this takes place. It's shaped like a T, or that Tetris piece, with a central hub of sorts on the ground level. It's 2 floors with a basement. Each of the side wings have a stairwell and the central one had the non-functional elevator. The only way into the building was from a busted-out window on the side of the basement. I hated that basement. It gave me the creeps, man, and you get dumped in from the window into this huge open space with a piano, a stage, and these creepy murals on the wall. And they reminded me of the murals that you would see in Cold War-era communist Eastern Europe. The place had plenty of evidence of prior activity, mostly degenerate teens spray painting things, smashed stuff, and dead birds, and a couple of code browns and a few toilets, if you know what I'm talking about. Now, I never saw any squatter camps or used needles or anything of that sort, and the two of us explored every inch of that place. We knew all the nooks and crannies, the hidey holes, all of it. Oh yeah, there was this one room upstairs, though, and the floor was covered in what looked like dried blood. No, alright, on to the main event already. Now, Mark and I are in the central hub on the ground floor. This particular day, we brought our very realistic-looking BB guns along, and we were having a grand old time shooting random stuff that got left behind in the cleanout. It was all vandalized already after all, so who really cared? And now we had already been in there for a good 40 minutes and covered all the ground, mind you. Now, all of a sudden, from directly above us, we hear full tilt running to our left down that side wing. The person above us sounded like a tank of a guy, easily over 6 foot and 250 pounds, wearing some very heavy-ass work boots. Foolishly being teens with fake guns and Mark being a tough guy, we just looked at each other and ran to either stairway. He went down the hallway to the one that we heard the running in. I went to the other one to cut them off in case they doubled back. The footsteps never made it back to the stairway. Now remember, you have to go into the basement to get out of the building, and the noise was on the second floor, and those stairs are the only way to the basement. So we devise a plan. He starts on his end of the corridor, clearing each room. I stay in the corridor, and then we alternate back and forth. There was nobody there. It was like they just vanished. A big guy like that ain't gonna fit in a hiding spot somebody my size can fit into. And we all knew the spots no matter what size you were. The only conceivable place we didn't search too hard was the ceiling, but it was a drop ceiling and there was no way that it would support someone that size. We went hard searching for about 45 minutes and just called it and decided to leave. It was just starting to get dark by that point anyway. We make our way out the place and walk back to his truck tucked into the far corner of the lot out of sight. And maybe by about 30% of the way back to the truck, we both just kind of froze all of a sudden. We both hardcore got the feeling that we were being watched. Without saying a single word, the two of us simultaneously turned around slowly. In the second floor corner window by the stairs, there's some type of disembodied head looking straight at us out the window. You know the stereotypical ghastly-looking emaciated gray dead ghoul-looking trope? I could keep describing it, but I think that gets the point across. It was just there. No torso attached to it, no hand holding it up. It kind of had this mist to it as well. Even if you looked at it like, okay, there was a squatter in there, the noise from the running does not match the person in the window. And I leave this one at least open to interpretation, but I know what we both saw and heard, and that was not a living person. That place never gave us another encounter of either variety, so I'm not really sure. And lots of people died there, though, after all. I wonder if this new condo complex they put in there is haunted or not. Now, all right, on to the second event in this narrative. I don't recall this happening before the hospice or after, but it's within a couple of weeks of each other. Remember when I mentioned asylums? Well, here's one for you. This one was tucked back maybe half a mile down a service road in the woods connected to a busy highway overpass and exit that was next to our local mall. Rest in peace to the mall these days. Now, the backside of the complex is rather large, a trap rock ridgeline connected to this awesome state park, and one side is the highway. Now, I probably found it through the same early websites, but it was right there in our stomping grounds, so we couldn't resist. And the place was called Undercliff Sanitarium. You can still find documentation of it online, but it got demolished in 2014 or 16. Now, I'm a little fuzzy on the details, but I want to say that it was shut down in the 90s along with many of the others around the country. It was known for treating children with tuberculosis and other diseases, troubled children, mental patients perhaps. And the thing with this facility is that it was still half operational, only in a different capacity. There were a lot of buildings in that complex on that service road. The problem is that it was all State Department facilities, including a state police barracks since it had easy access to both highway directions. I found this old picture of an ancient HDD that I got on an Urbex forum that shows all the various security cameras and what building had what in it. And yeah, the safest way into there was traversing the ridge and looping around the far back. And that's not what I did either. I found that picture way later, and I was like, yep, that makes sense now. And just to give you the sense of security that that place had, later on that school year I tried going there with a friend of mine and these two chicks one night. And the plan was to drive around the loop that circled the main building all the way in the back and leave and take a few pictures on my digital camera while doing so. I got 2 pictures on the front facade and one around the side. And by the time we got around to the back of the building, there were 3 squad cars surrounding us, and I'd say that we were less than 1 minute. Now one more and we would have been out of there. Trespassing tickets for everybody, I guess. They do not mess around. I never actually got to go inside, but if you dig around online, you'll find a lot of explorers here. Now moving on, myself and Mark head over there in his 90s manual Ford Ranger one fall afternoon. We had no idea how tight the security was, but thankfully, we chose to check out one of the first buildings you come across in the complex. But we did have the right idea to park behind the building on a small concrete courtyard on the opposite side of where most of the surveillance actually was, so that turned out to be fortuitous. This building wasn't all that big. It was an auxiliary something or other, and I guess somewhere in the 3 to 5K square foot range perhaps. and we get out of the truck and lock it up. And that part's important because the Ranger is manual everything: transmission, locks, windows. We locked up the doors and windows, including the rear slider, and he also had one of those diamond plate toolboxes in his bed that had its own keyed lock. At this point, we decided to do a perimeter walk around the building to see if we could locate an entry point or not. It couldn't have taken more than 2 minutes tops, and it's about the same size as my house. I've tested how long it takes me to walk around that. And as we round the corner, having not found an easy entry point, we both stop dead in our tracks when we see the truck. Whatever could have opened up on that Ranger was wide open. I'm talking all the windows, doors, tailgate, toolbox, hood, glove box, center console. There simply wasn't enough time for somebody to have picked all of that and then disappeared. The general area wasn't exactly the best. There were some hood projects down the street, but that wasn't it, as we're like a quarter mile into the woods. Not only that, but I would have expected to get robbed too. It wasn't the cops either, as I illustrated earlier. We both decided to just get the F out of there, as all of this was just too weird. When we got back to the house, I went on what was called my command center to do a little clickety-clacketing online, and I found this website that I hadn't seen on Undercliff. You can still find this info up today, and upon reading the site that afternoon, I had my holy crap moment. There were some stories on there, man. One of them was exactly what happened to us like an hour prior, to a T. And I'm thinking, dude, come on here. You have to read this. So in our case, the long and short of it is maybe in the 1930s, there was some kid who was stabbed to death with a shank by other kids who were at the facility in that courtyard that we parked on. I think the accounts mentioned mischievous activity in that area for the most part. And once I found that picture with a security detail that had an aerial view of the complex, I confirmed that the building we parked next to would be the only one that fit the story in the facility. It's a shame I never got into the main building before they demolished it, and I'm sure that if I had, I probably also would have experienced some of the stories that are centered around that building. And so after all of that, you can see how this sounds kind of outlandish, right? Such a short period of time and 2 significant paranormal encounters. Yeah, okay, but as I mentioned in the beginning, I swear this is all true. And for what it's worth, it's not like I see stuff like this all the time, but I have experienced a handful of other paranormal encounters. They were all not only very different styles, but at very different points in my life, and I actually lived in a haunted house until I moved for high school. Now, I tend to err on the side of a skeptic, but I know what I've experienced and I've never hallucinated in my life. I know a man's word on the internet doesn't mean much, but I've had other witnesses in every case, so don't just call BS. So I grew up in a pretty fundamentalist Christian town. Now I know what you're thinking. Christian communities like that get kind of a bad rap. Look, all I can share is my experience, and I grew up with strong morals, a strict but fair set of rules guiding me, and an understanding and loving of the teachings of Christ that I genuinely believe can make the world a better place if followed properly. Now I'm not here to have some theological argument though, but I want to set the scene that I lived in a very traditionally churchy town. I still live there now, and I'm proud to raise my kids here, and that's all I'll say. No, I'm not here to convert anyone else. Free will means that you can believe what you want. That's the beauty of it. But it is important to the story that you understand that from a very young age, I had a strong, willing faith in Christ that I and everyone around me celebrated. Now, we also went completely all out for Halloween. Now, our town, back in the 1980s, genuinely won awards for our parades and decorations. Now, you see, we don't believe that you should shy away from Satan and the demonic. You should confront it, parody it, make fun of it. That's what Halloween is all about to a lot of Christians, and while it has its roots in pagan culture, I actually believe that the way some Christians have adopted it is a legitimately beautiful thing. All this to say, the annual children's Halloween party held at the church hall was a huge gosh darn deal for us local kids. We got to dress up as spooky, scary skeletons, ghosts, witches, beasts. We did draw the line at devils and demons, but I don't know if that was a rule or just an unspoken thing that we just simply didn't want to portray ourselves as directly satanic. But the lore, sort of, was that the townsfolk decorated the place all spooky-like, and if any real evil came to town, then they'd see all this and think, we're not welcome here. We knew it was all metaphorical and silly and a chance to let loose, but I think it was a genuinely nice lesson that our town elders came up with. Halloween was a Saturday that year. I was dressed as a vampire. My buddy, Billy Ukes, decided that he had to go as the Ultimate Warrior from WWF, and it was called that back then, so that brought on a few chuckles. Now, Sally Simpson was a witch, but the good kind. Sammy Hall was a classic skeleton, and you get it. The party, which, as I mentioned, was being held in the church hall, had some sandwiches, little cakes, party rings, jelly and ice cream, and everything a kid's party would actually have. It was decorated with paper bats and pumpkins, and there had even been a pumpkin carving contest that the mayor of the town, who I'll call Mr. Watkins, was going to judge later in the afternoon. And the event was mostly for the kids, but a lot of the adults attended too. It was a real community event. Now, I remember Derek Rogers, the then owner of the local bar, his son still owns it to this day, carried around this sound system down to the church hall and acted as a sort of DJ, playing classic Halloween hits like the Monster Mash and whatever other Halloween songs might have existed back then. I don't really remember too much about the music because Derek Rogers didn't get too far into his set before, I'll just call, the event happened. Now, we were all dancing and jiving and having fun in the middle of the church hall when suddenly, out of the blue, there was a huge crash and an explosion of stone and wood. People started screaming and running away from the direction of that sound. Me, I was just sort of standing there, frozen like some fool. A gosh darn truck, complete with wicked-looking metal roll bars on the front, had just crashed through the side of the church hall. I recognized the truck. It belonged to the handyman that I'd seen around town recently, and he was a newcomer, and we all noticed newcomers. I'd heard my mom and pops talk about how he spent almost all of his spare hours, when he wasn't doing odd jobs for cash, praying in the church. Nobody really knew where he lived, and they said maybe he just lived in his truck. He yelled at me one time when I'd been walking past his truck parked on the sidewalk where I was painting Widow Young's front porch. And he told me to get away from his goddamn property, and he knew what us young spawn of the devil were like. And he used language that I don't think no God-fearing man should actually use, especially to a kid, but I figured God must love him because he had a cross tattooed over his heart, which you could see when he was doing his labor. Now, though, he was leaping out of this truck, stumbling over the debris, and pointing at us kids. In one of his hands, he held some rusty tire iron, and I can't remember what he said word for word, but it was something like, "Spawns of Satan, little demons. I knew you were infesting the town with your effing evil, your goblins, and I can see through the masks you wear, and you're all gonna die." Of course, this made most of the kids start screaming, crying, running to their parents at the back of the room, and everyone was still a little shell-shocked from the truck coming crashing through the church hall wall, and most of the kids were younger than me and my friends. We were 8 and 9, and most of them were 5 or 6-year-olds. Now, my protector instincts kicked in at that moment, and I spat out my little vampire fangs that I was wearing, which were annoying as heck anyway, and I definitely yelled at this handyman. "We ain't no evildoers, sir. We love Jesus just like you do." I might have been a little delirious given the situation. Then he said something I did not expect. He said that our town was infested with evil because we allowed... Well, let's just say I can't repeat what he said, but they were certain racial slurs that implied that he did not believe non-white people should be allowed to live in our town. Then this absolute weirdo rips his shirt off, and I saw that he had some other tattoos which were sort of cross-shaped, but not, and I think you can probably imagine the design that I'm talking about. So there I was, an 8-year-old kid facing down some racist who represented everything that I and Christ himself stood against. My little hands balled up into fists, and this handyman stared at me, totally fixated on me as he took one step towards me, and then another. I heard the sound of a gun being cocked, and then another, and then another. 7 of the adults had finally arrived on the scene. White, black, Latino, a multicultural mix of the beloved members of our community, our loved ones, the people this hateful man who'd risked killing a group of kids had decided were evil. One of the folks was my own dad. He put a hand on my shoulder and gently guided me behind him, whispering that I'd done good. And 7 guns were trained on this guy. I prayed to God, prayed harder than I ever had in my life that he wouldn't be stupid enough to charge at them and cause a firefight. I said the prayer, first under my breath and then louder and louder. "Jesus, forgive this man," I said. My mom had run up from behind and was trying to drag me away in case things did get violent, but I kept praying. And this handyman raised his tire iron, and he seemed like he was going to charge them. And then a gun went off. It was my dad's gun. And Dad had never been a good shot until Carl had always teased him for it, and to this day, I don't know if Dad's aim was true or off the mark, and he claims that he hit exactly where he had wanted to hit. And that bullet hit the handyman right in the hand holding the tire iron. Immediately, he dropped the weapon and began howling in pain. Dad just kind of stood there, frozen, while the other gun-toting townsfolk ran in, kicked the handyman's legs out from under him, and then held him forcibly at gunpoint until the sheriff's backup finally arrived. This handyman was arrested, charged, and sent to prison upstate. Now, I don't know exactly what the charges were brought on him, and I don't really want to know. All I know is that I attended a Halloween party where a deranged, misguided soul almost drove his truck into us, and then in my opinion, we avoided any loss of life or serious trauma thanks to the love of Jesus, the bravery of the townsfolk, my defiant inability to back down, and most importantly, we were saved by my dad's absolutely abysmal aim. And this was near 40 years ago, and the old man's still around. He still can't hit a barn door with a banjo, and honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. So I grew up raised on Christian values, even attending Catholic private school for a couple of years. And despite this, I was a standout problem child and never really believed any of it at all. I found some of the stories from the Bible interesting, but nobody in my family really forced the religion on me. I just happened to be within a family that held mild Christian values. And with that being said, none of them were really devout Christians themselves. This is important because it should be understood that I was quite aware of Christian beliefs, but never actually took them as truth. Now let's just jump forward now to my teenage years where this all began. At the age of 12, I was engaged with all things mystical and mysterious. I read books and browsed websites on everything between ancient aliens, conspiracies, ghosts, mediums, witchcraft, Illuminati, and the demonic. And this was around 2003/4, so just past the turn of the millennium. All of these things were of great interest to me, but I had no actual evidence or reason to believe any of it. It wasn't until my family had made the decision to move that these things became more viable. My parents had locked in on a house that they thought was perfect for us and were close to closing the deal. My mother wanted her mother, my grandma, to come approve of it first. And while I ran around the empty rooms trying to decide where I would have my bedroom, my mother showed my grandmother around. After the tour was given, my grandmother felt uneasy about the house, specifically the second floor. She didn't like the way that it was set up and worried what would happen if there was a fire while me and my sibling were up there. And this wasn't enough of a reason to deter my mother, though. And after they checked over the potential new home, we proceeded to head back to the car. While on the drive, my mother mentioned to my grandma how she was weirded out because she could have sworn that she saw a little girl staring at her from the second floor window. Now, this led my parents to investigating the history of this house, and they had found to their amazement that there was in fact a fire on the second floor of this house many years prior, and that a young girl had perished in those flames. And with that said, that strange coincidence was not enough to stop them from trying to buy the house. It was actually the fact that upon inspection there was found to be a roach infestation, and my mother would not have any part of that. and this led us to finding our actual new home in another nearby town. This house was approved of much quicker and had the okay of my grandmother as well. So a couple of business days go by and we are pretty much all moved in and set at our new home. And this is when we get a knock at our door. Turns out it was the woman who had previously lived there who sold us the house. She wanted to pass a message on to us. The message being that her mother had died in the house and that she would occasionally appear, but that we shouldn't worry because she was friendly and was just attached to the house. Now, we will keep this on the back burner for now. Now, cut to a few weeks later, I had made a new best friend who lived down the street from me. My house number was 112 and his was 12, and I thought that was pretty cool, but no special meaning there. Now, it wasn't long before I became close with this family, and they in turn became close with my parents. We would regularly visit each other's homes for get-togethers. The first get-together we had, my friend's parents asked mine about the move, where my parents filled them in on the details. And this is where things got a little strange. To our surprise, my friend's family actually lived in the house that we were looking at prior for a good decade. And when they proceeded to say that they moved because the house was incredibly haunted, they said that there were 2 different ghosts in that house, one of which was a young girl, and the other, a malevolent old man. This shocked my family, and so far intuition was on point. My friend had 3 older brothers, 2 younger brothers, and 2 younger sisters, one of whom they adopted, and they also ran a daycare out of their house, so it was quite packed on the daily. Each of the older brothers had traumatizing hauntings happen to them in that house, and the oldest brother, who was 21 at the time, still wouldn't sleep with the lights off because of it. And this was the first point in my life where I've seen multiple people confirming and agreeing upon spiritual activities in a real capacity. Now let's jump forward to about the age of 14. Now, following my same interests, I was fascinated with the ideas of ghosts and spirits. I wanted nothing more than to interact with them in some way or another, but despite the past mentionings, I myself hadn't seen one single shred of their existence. It was frustrating, and I tried all manners of contact. Bought crystal balls, stared into mirrors in the dark, looked into black ink, researched Enochian, literally everything under the sun, but nothing would work. And this is until I opened a Ouija board on my 15th Christmas. And there is one message to take from this entire thing is that I tell you from the bottom of my soul, do not engage with a Ouija board, period. I didn't immediately use it. But one day, my friend and I were chilling per usual, and I had remembered the new Ouija board that I had gotten for Christmas. I asked him if he wanted to use it with me, and he hesitantly said yes. I made him go down into the basement with me because where else would be the perfect place to use it? I had just opened the box and placed the board when my friend chickened out on me. And I mocked him and told him, I'm gonna do it by myself then. And I placed the little piece of the board and proceeded to ask it questions, but to no avail. Nothing. I was extremely disappointed, and I thought for sure that it was going to be it, but no. I put it back in the box and brought it upstairs, and that was that. Or so I thought. But boy was I wrong as wrong could be. Immediately over the next couple of days, I started experiencing things that were unusual. Simple things at first, like lights being funny, my dogs acting strange, objects and doors moving. This, however, was spectacular to me. I had no fear whatsoever. If anything, I was extremely excited and more into the occult than ever. I thought that this is it, what I've been waiting for, paranormal activities. And these types of things continue for the next couple of years steadily. And then it finally happened that I saw my first ghost ever. I was 16 at this point, and I had been making my way from the kitchen through the dining room towards the living room. And while I was gapping between the kitchen and dining room, I had seen what I thought was my mother walking towards the kitchen from the connecting hallway. I took note in my peripheral of her pink dress, which threw me off a bit because my mother normally doesn't wear such a thing. It wasn't until I made my way through the dining room to the living room where I had seen my mother and father sitting on the couch watching a movie. This instantly made me take 5 because I realized my mother not only was not wearing a pink dress, but was not in the hallway going to the kitchen. I proclaimed to my parents instantly of the shock and surprise that I was in, but they just sort of shrugged it off and continued with the movie. I didn't press the issue because I was now elated with the fact that I had actually seen a ghost, and I had instantly presumed it to be the prior owner's deceased mother. I would go on to look at her as a guardian spirit of the house, so to speak, though I never did see her again. And this event was ultimately a bad thing because it put me more at ease with the idea of communication with the dead. I took her spirits as an example of what all spiritual beings would be like, which pushed me further into looking for such things. However, over the next 2 years, things progressed for the worse. I developed insomnia. There would be random spots in the house that would make your blood run cold. Doors would knock over and over, and things would be thrown out of closets and off dressers and shelves. One of the more creepier occurrences would be electronics acting without electricity. Dolls would speak their recorded sounds on cue without batteries, because I had taken the batteries out of all such things to try and prevent this, and lights would go on and off repeatedly. I'd even have TVs go white static and start blasting max volume. I would unplug them, and it would stay on and go louder, and this scared the straight crap out of me, literally getting chills through my body reminiscing about this right now. And these weren't things where I would question other possibilities. These were things seen as nothing other than what they were, impossibilities. And there was one night in particular where it clicked and the fear had taken permanently a hold of me. I hadn't recently at the time gotten into the Harry Potter books. I'm a big reader as a youngster, and I was sitting on the couch in my basement, which was now redone as a TV room, where lots of things would happen. I had one of those little bendy lamps used for reading books as my only illumination. And I was thinking to myself how great these books are and how I thought it was funny people at the time thought that they were the devil. And I kid you not, as I'm in this thought process, the light bulb explodes, projecting the glass of shards at me. Luckily, no harm was done, but I instantly hopped up in fear and ran out of my basement to escape the dark. I flew up the basement stairs where dolls started going off. Some bins of toys were kept under these stairs, and the fear jolted in me. I sprinted even faster and finally opened the basement door and reached for the hallway light switch in front of me, flicking it as quick as I could. Again, I kid you not, as soon as I did, the hallway bulb exploded. At this point, I'm thinking, there's no freaking way any of this is happening right now. And this has happened 2 more times again in the living room and once more on the 2nd floor once I made my way up those stairs. 4 light bulbs exploded in total. Now again, I'm quite rational. Despite these things, I am aware that this could be a very coincidental electrical wiring problem, but everything that ultimately happened says otherwise. I made it to my bedroom on the 2nd floor where things normaled out and I finally had light. And it was at this point in life where these experiences were taking a huge toll on me, really ramping up my insomnia. I was in constant fear while at home due to these things happening left and right, and some of the things so common I barely batted a lash at them. Now before we get to the big one that I want to give just a few more descriptors of everyday occurrences at this point. And while laying in bed, I would do everything in my power to avoid looking at my closet, which had a nasty habit of opening wide so I would be gazing straight into a dark void. And before you say draft, I might add that I would lock and blockade it regularly. And no matter what I did, this freaking door would push itself wide open, moving whatever blocked it right out of the way. And it got so bad that I tried bargaining with it, telling it was free to do what it wanted as long as it wouldn't open on me while I was trying to sleep. I'm 33 now, and I tell you as a well-rounded adult that this was not mind tricks. And it's not every night, but quite a few of them, I would feel things crawling beside me onto my bed. Not in the general sense of where your mind is questioning if you're actually feeling or not, but in the sense of the spring mattress would straight indent and compress as the invisible force crawled right beside me. Again, this scared the hell out of me, and I would freeze in fear. And the last occurrence that I would see all the time affected other people, and due to my sleeping problems, I was always the last one to fall asleep. I witnessed multiple times people's arms being raised in their sleep like they were reaching for the sky. And there was a day when I had a cousin and 2 friends crashing over, and I watched as one of their arms was rising in the air. It made me feel like whatever this was taunting me, showing me that it could do whatever it wanted to whoever. The real kicker is when I was sleeping on an air mattress in my younger brother's room, 4 years younger, And I did this because at this point I was so terrified to sleep alone that I needed to be near someone to feel somewhat safe. And as I was dozing off, I watched my little brother's arms raise into the air. And the only difference this time is that he actually woke up while it was happening. I watched him groggily realize what was happening to him, and he jumped to his feet, turned and ran into the freaking wall out of terror and panic. And I legit started laughing because I had never seen anything so absurd and shocking in my entire life. And the way his feet moved like an old cartoon, like he was Sonic the Hedgehog, the way the blankets jumbled beneath his scurrying feet, and the sheer speed at which he'd hopped up and darted into the wall. Safe to say, both my brother nor I got any sleep that night. So, if you made it thus far, you understand at this point whatever is going on has been ramping up and becoming more bothersome by the day, and this is where we climax. I had grown quite brave at that point because these things were so regular and common that I simply just became used to it and was able to sleep solo once again. So there I am, lying down on the couch against the furthest back wall in my basement. This was generally where I slept and hung out at this point in life. I had 3 dogs, one of which was a little white chihuahua named Baby, and she was the most timid, docile, scaredy cat of a dog that you can imagine. Everyone who has pets understands that you come to learn the general behavior of them, and I just turned off the lights and popped onto my back where my little baby jumped up to sleep on my chest like she always does. And this is where the single most terrifying thing of my life happened. Baby instantly goes to alert and stands up growling in the darkness. She does not ever act like this, and her fur is raised and her fangs are bared. I can immediately perceive that this little dog is trying to defend me from something despite her tiny stature. And this puts me on full alert, and I sit up to also peer into the darkness while she just stood guard on my lap. And the next thing I know, she cowers, her tail goes between her legs, and she whimpers and flees. And before I can gauge what's happening, my arms were pinned straight down to my side, and my back was forced straight down into the couch. I can see enough to tell you with 100% certainty that there was nothing there. While forced down, it feels as if I was pushed 5 feet through the couch, like my soul was straight pushed out of my body. And I was so consumed by fear that there wasn't a single thought in my head other than static and panic. And it seemed like forever, but in reality it was probably only 10 seconds. And as soon as this force let go of me, I hopped straight up in my undies and darted through the darkness toward the stairs. And this is the part that I want to make crystal clear, because this right here is the part that you never want to experience. Those who think the paranormal and ghosts are cool have not experienced the sensation I am about to describe. I tell you, I felt a tangible hatred that was unlike anything I've ever felt. It was the feeling of something that hated every fiber of your being and wanted nothing more than to destroy every last bit of you in the most malevolent way possible. It was inhuman, the sensation. It was in this moment I understood hell is real, and this was something from there. There was no doubt in my mind. It was a sense of knowing, absolutely. It was the predator, and you were the prey. I scrambled room to room in my house, and just like before, every light bulb started shattering, and I just couldn't escape the darkness. I made it to the 2nd floor and burst into my parents' room screaming. And I swear on everything that they would just not wake up. I shook them and yelled. Nothing. I then ran to the only other person in the house at the time, my little brother. Same thing. He would not wake, and it was like trying to shake somebody out of a coma. And I tell you in all honesty, I was 18, considered myself a man at this point, and I had loads of pride. Still, this did not stop me from hopping right into my brother's bed next to him, pulling the blanket over me. Now you would think at this point that I was safe. No. This thing repeated what it did in the basement. It took hold of my body over and over, and I could feel my mind breaking and my soul dying right in my very body. After the 10th time, I was just completely hopeless. I had almost given in to defeat and on the verge of being scared to death and just demolished by these demons. And this was when I remembered something I heard many times from my Christian upbringing. Pray to Jesus. And I swear to you on my eternal soul and all that I love and hold dear, the moment that I cried out to Jesus, this stuff stopped on a dime. 15 years has passed at this point, and I've not experienced a single thing mentioned ever again. And I haven't even come close to getting the feeling that something paranormal is near me. Every single bit of the experience has vanished. And for the next year straight, I started praying at night, spending at least 15 minutes per night before going to bed through all my prayers. And though I don't pray as much, and I am every bit as faithful, if not more, at this point in my life, however, that's not the complete end to this saga. The very next morning, I tried to explain to my parents what had happened. Now, I can't say that they fully believed me, but they at least listened enough to help me out. I thought about how it all seemed to start when I first used that Ouija board, which led me to doing a quick online search of how to dispose of those kinds of things because I did not want that thing or portal anywhere near me again. It said online that the only way to truly close a Ouija board is to burn it. And so that same day, my parents and I brought it out back to the fire pit. Now, I must say that I was hasty here and left the bidding to my parents because I didn't even want to look at that thing or be near it anymore. Funny enough, it was years later that I was regaling the events with my mother where she gave me a bit of surprising news. And she proceeded to tell me that she did in fact believe me because that day, unbeknownst to me, the Ouija board would not burn. She expressed how she and my father doused it with gasoline and it just sat there unscathed. They ultimately threw it out into the trash can and watched the dump truck take it away, and I figured that must have been good enough because again, nothing ever came back. And I like to imagine that it eventually got incinerated at the junkyard at some point. And that's pretty much the end of that, but I can still provide one more happening that I found quite coincidental. When speaking of my mother and father, it was really my mother and stepfather. I say this because when I finally told my blood father this ordeal, he went on to tell me all about how he was severely haunted in his youth, and similar to me was a non-believer who happened to call out to Jesus for help. Now, I can't say for certain, but this has led me to believe that there may in fact be some kind of hereditary thing going on here. And like I started out saying, I've not fabricated or embellished even one bit of this. I have pondered the thoughts of such things as mental disorders, but to that degree, I have two things to go against that. One, doctors have continually found my mental health to be fine, and two, no matter what the case, it stopped forever on the drop of a dime the moment that I called out to Christ. And there may be a few more things that I'm blanking on at the moment because I've been writing this for the past 2 hours or so, and I'm getting to that point where my brain is starting to fizzle, but I'm more than happy to take on and answer any questions about my demonic experience. So some people have some pretty weird triggers. And back when I used Twitter, I'd see people listing things like Fall Guys or baked beans or happiness or Dream the Minecraft YouTuber as trigger warnings. Okay, maybe the last one is fair, but I used to kind of roll my eyes and think, how did these people actually manage to make it through life, being triggered by the little beans from Fall Guys? And then I developed severe PTSD from Elvis Presley and I understood. Okay, yeah, maybe I am being a bit goofy here, but it's just to mask the pain, really. I genuinely do become a sobbing, quivering wreck if I look at Elvis Presley too long, or worse, an Elvis Presley impersonator. I'm not even exaggerating either. It began when I was invited to a Halloween party with a specific costume gimmick. That gimmick? Freaking Elvis. Entrance was $5, or if you came dressed as Elvis, you got in free. I did not have an Elvis costume, so I just paid the $5 entrance fee, and I'd say about half of the partygoers skipped the Elvis nonsense too, but that still left 30 or 40 poorly conceived Elvises who had not left the building. And I'm not great with super tight crowds, and the party was way busier than it should have been. It was held in someone's house, and I don't think they realized the draw that the Elvis gimmick would create. There were men trying their best to be the king. There were goofy Elvises dancing in their blue suede shoes. There were sexy Elvises, both female and male, and I even saw one girl using the anonymity of her Elvis mask to repeatedly flash her breasts. and I was glad that I'd shown up in sensible jeans and a strappy top. I can't go wrong with being boring, and I'd gotten a ride with a friend who doesn't drink, so I helped myself to a beer from the keg. I needed it to deal with the ongoing atmosphere. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, as part of the Elvis Ween, guess what singer was playing constantly on the stereo? Absolutely no break from Elvis's greatest hits, playing on repeat via Spotify. And even after my first drink, I was deeply regretting being there, but my friend had wanted to come and she really loved Elvis. And when I decided to get my second drink, a short female Elvis stumbled up to me and handed me a red plastic cup of beer. She mumbled something about suspicious minds and sort of staggered off. Now, normally I would never accept a drink from a stranger, but even with the Elvis costume, I recognized her as another friend from college. Little did I realize that she wasn't saying suspicious minds, and she was trying to tell me that the drink was suspicious, and could I get rid of it for her. After the events of the party, I asked her why she handled it this way, and she could barely even remember. She said that she was drunk and scared that there was an Elvis who wouldn't leave her alone, and she was worried that her drink was spiked. Of course, being the buzzed idiot I was, and having sensory overload from so much Elvis, I just downed that drink. And I don't think it was roofied or anything. I've been roofied before, sadly, and it didn't feel like that. But there was something in that drink. Something that almost immediately started giving me a headache and the sweats. I started looking around for my friend, trying to tell her that I needed to go and that I really didn't feel good. And that's when I saw him, the most realistic-looking Elvis at the party. He didn't wear a mask, his hair was styled in a pompadour, and he wore Elvis sunglasses and that white rhinestone suit that made the King so famous. And there was only one man that I knew who could look that much like Elvis without actually being Elvis. And remember when I said that I'd been roofied before? Well, I'd been roofied by my ex-boyfriend a year before, and he had that same baby face, that same dark hair, the same build, everything. This was him. The Elvis staring at me across the room was my ex-boyfriend Rodney. I'd had to take a restraining order out against him. I was never able to prove that he was the one who roofied me, but he became what they called a fixated individual after I broke up with him, a complete and utter nut job. And now here he was, dressed as Elvis, watching me from across the room. And I know he was watching me because he did that thing where he used his two fingers to point to his eyes and then to me as to say, "Hey, I'm watching you." And I darted into the other room looking for my friend. Where the hell was she? I squeezed through the crowd, shoving lesser Elvises left and right, and people started yelling at me, telling me to watch it. And I could feel evil Elvis's eyes on me. And sure enough, when I looked around, there he was, slowly walking through the crowd like Michael Myers or some crap, but a perfect depiction of Elvis. I ducked into another room. What was this house, I thought? Why were there so many rooms and so many people dressed as Elvis? Was this even real? Or the drugs from the drink playing havoc with my system? I couldn't really tell in the moment, but I knew that I had to get out of there. The Elvis was still pursuing me, and I tried to tell myself that it was just the drugs and alcohol, but he was slowly following me. And I think that I must have just kept looping around the house, barely coherent because he always seemed to be there. Eventually, I found myself outside in the front yard. More Elvises milled around and music was playing from some type of outdoor system. I turned to the front door and evil Elvis stood there. There was no mistaking it. It was my ex-boyfriend, Rod. He had this sort of knowing, smug grin on his face that was so familiar to me. The terror of him catching me was unspeakable. And then, despite pursuing me slowly for most of the night, he just suddenly leaped down the porch steps and came running directly at me. His sunglasses stayed on his face, his Elvis sideburns obscured his features somewhat, and I was certain it was him though. Why else would he be charging at me? I was confused, but I screamed, I turned to run, and my legs just gave out from under me. This evil Rodney Elvis was on top of me, grabbing at me, grabbing at my hair and my clothes, and I have no idea what he had planned. It was like he was trying to just strip me naked, there on the front lawn in front of numerous other people. Rodney always was some complete psychopath, especially when he was on coke or some other drug, which was often. Thankfully, the crowd didn't take kindly to an Elvis Presley impersonator trying to violate me out front. The biggest, fattest Elvis I'd ever seen came thundering along the lawn, and I later realized that he was wearing a fat suit as part of his costume, and the whole shtick was Elvis just before he died. At the time, though, the hamburger sticking out of his jacket pockets just made me feel like I was going mad, but I didn't care. Fat Elvis leaped the final distance towards Evil Elvis, my boyfriend, my ex-boyfriend, and body slammed him so hard that the pair of them went flying across the lawn. I pulled myself to my feet, unfortunately puking as I did so, which in retrospect I think saved me from whatever dodgy drug had been slipped into that drink earlier in the night. Fat Elvis was doing his best to stomp on Evil Elvis, but his bulk, or rather the fat suit, was getting in the way. But now others were joining in. This group of random Elvis Presleys just absolutely pounding on Evil Elvis. And that's when my ex-boyfriend rolled free and pulled out a gun. And within seconds he fired, hitting Fat Elvis square in the stomach. This Fat Elvis reeled back, fell over, and the other Elvises kind of held up their hands in surrender, backing away from Evil Elvis as he stepped away. He fired one more shot into the air, causing everyone to duck, and then just took off into the darkness around the side of the house. A couple of the Elvises wanted to follow him, but the rest of us told them not to. The guy was armed. And then I told him that I knew who he was and we could just call the cops. And now, after all the chaos, skip forward a few hours. I found my friend who took me to the police station, and I explained everything. I told them that my attacker was my ex-boyfriend Rodney and explained the history. They ended up looking him up, and the officer gave me this very strange and grave look. Rodney had been arrested a day ago for armed robbery on a convenience store in a completely different state, she explained. And she went on to tell me that he was still in custody and had been so for at least 24 hours. Now, I kept insisting. I was certain that that Evil Elvis was Rodney, and she even put a call into the sheriff's department where he was being held. No question, he was still incarcerated. There was no humanly possible way that Evil Elvis was Rodney. And later they questioned him about the incidents, and apparently he was just completely clueless, and they told me he even seemed to express genuine concern for me. And there you have it. A couple of years ago, I was stalked and attacked by an Evil Elvis impersonator who appeared off in the night, and I have absolutely no idea who he was or why he targeted me. He looked so much like Rodney that I could swear that it was him, but there was no way it was. And so now, anytime I see anyone dressed like the King, even Elvis himself, I remember back to that Halloween party, and I think about what he tried to do to me and what could have happened. One piece of good news was that plus-size Elvis, like I mentioned, was wearing what turned out to be an extremely large and cumbersome fatsuit. He was a skinny guy, and that meant that the bullet from Elvis's handgun was actually blocked by all the foam in that costume. So, plus-size Elvis, who actually turned out to be a friend of mine from college under all that makeup and fatsuit, was absolutely fine. Now, I have no idea what became of Evil Elvis. I'll scour the news for an Elvis impersonator committing violent crimes, but I've never found anything like that. And all I can hope is that he was just picked up for some other offense, and the only Elvis impersonation he's doing these days is hopefully the Jailhouse Rock. For some reason, I never thought about posting my story here, and I've posted on YouTube comments before, and I think I've talked about it on my YouTube show before. But anyway, it started when I was 5 or 6, which would have been 1988 to 1989, and I would see what was called the Bloody Man walking up and down the stairs in my house. I can't remember his face. I'm not sure if it's because I never looked at it or he didn't actually have one. I just remember it would never be the middle of the night, but more like bedtime that this would always happen. He had a bandage on his head that was bloody and a hospital gown. I remember having a feeling that I knew this wasn't right, but I wasn't scared. I'm not sure if the lack of fear was due to being told not to be scared somehow, or if I was just so young that I didn't know how to be scared. Now anyways, this person that I would come to learn later in life, was my uncle. He had been beaten in the head with a baseball bat, came home, brain swelled in his sleep, and was taken to the hospital by the family in the morning, where he died several days later. Now this was August of 1982, and I was born in December of 1983. There's much more to the story, both his life and that night itself, but I'll hold off on that for now. I saw the bloody man somewhere in the range of 15 to maybe 30 times, and then my mom and I moved out of there to get our own place, and this was my grandfather's house, and I was gone for 5 years. Around 12 or 13 years old, I moved back to that house, and while I never saw the bloody man again, it was far from the last paranormal encounter I would have in that home. And after being back around 5 to 6 months or so, one day I was showing my little sister how to play a Sonic the Hedgehog game, and as I'm explaining it to her, as clear as day, a female voice says her name. And my sister instantly got up and went to the door and said, "Yeah, Ma?" And I was frozen solid in fear. Now this was for 2 reasons. The first was that I knew for a fact that that wasn't my mom's voice that said my sister's name. It was my grandmother's, who had been dead for 10 years. The second thing I knew was that my little sister didn't seem to realize was the voice had not come from downstairs, it came from right at our feet by the foot of the bed. And I just sat there frozen in fear while my sister yelled for my mom, who of course said that she had been washing dishes and never called for her. My sister then sulked while walking back to the bed. "What's the matter?" I asked her, and she said, "I hate those stupid stairs. The bloody man is scary." So I started asking her who had told her about the bloody man, and was it any of my friends, etc., etc. And she was in shock that I knew who the bloody man was, and was crying for me to believe her that she really sees him, and none of my friends had spilled the secret to her. And she was about 5 at the time, same age I used to see him. The next part of the story involves all my friends. Every sleepover after hearing my grandmother's voice, my bedroom door started shaking. Thinking it might be my stepfather, we would open it as it was shaking and no one would be standing there. And upon realizing this, the shaking would terrify us. So every sleepover for about a year, the door would shake and these horrible claw-like scratching sounds would go down the door. My friends and I would fight to hide in the corner of the bed while it would happen. So if you're keeping count, that's me and my sister who both saw the bloody man and heard the female voice, and 3 of my friends who witnessed the shaking and clawing at the door. 5 people. But believe it or not, the last part of the story gets even crazier. We sold the house and moved a couple of cities over about a year later. One thing I forgot to mention is the reason I moved back at 12 and 13 is my grandfather had a bunch of mini strokes and was in a wheelchair, so my mom moved back in to take care of him. Well, after we moved away, I told my mom that it surprised me that she sold her childhood house, and she talked about all the bad memories that she had there that had replaced the good. And then she said, "Plus, Grampy started creeping me out towards the end." And it turns out he started telling her, "Your brother's still here. Every night, up and down those goddamn stairs. Up and down, up and down." He saw the, quote, bloody man, too. His son. But that's not the craziest part. About 7 to 8 years after selling the house, the guy that bought it saw my uncle in a gym and beelined it towards him, demanding to know what the hell is in that house. He, his wife, and 2 of his kids kept seeing Uncle around the house. I made it a point to walk by the house to try and catch someone coming out once I heard the gym story, and one day I caught the youngest son leaving. I introduced myself and asked him about what they saw, and he said he was too young at the time, but his mom, dad, and 2 brothers would always see my uncle behind them in mirrors in the house. They got rid of the mirrors and it stopped, he said. I don't quite understand that part because mirrors had nothing to do with it for me, but still, that's 3 people in my family, 3 friends, and 4 people of a different family that essentially saw the same thing or heard it. And I'd give anything to learn exactly what the heck went on in that house all those years. Now, to set the scene, most of us are Kiwis living in Australia, and we're an odd bunch. There's me, Chris, and Paul, and we're all from New Zealand, and we all moved over here together. And then we met Rocky, an American bloke who just sort of gelled with us and became the missing member of our quartet. But we were lads who loved to party. We loved a lot of things, us, and didn't take life too seriously. And we weren't and aren't haters. But let's read, bro. I hate boats. I don't know if you've ever been on one. You're a YouTuber, so maybe you aspire to own a yacht or some crap like that, and have wild parties out on the deck where everyone gets drunk and imbibes substances. You know that Lonely Island song, I Want a Boat? It makes it look so much fun. Same as movies or shows where rich people go out on yachts and have a great time. Well, don't do it. It sucks. I didn't used to have a fear of open water, but I do now. And it's all because one Halloween, my idiot buddy Rocky decided that we, the boys, should all pool together, rent a yacht, and then pick up some baddies in a coastal bar and tell them that we were some rich Wall Street idiots and go out to sea for a good time. Sounds like a flawless idea, right? Well, yeah, it wasn't. Now, first off, Rocky barely knew how to pilot a boat. So we sort of ended up drifting out to sea for a bit and then dropped anchor and thought, hey, we've got alcohol, someone's brought, well, other things, and we managed to convince about 3 girls to come party with us. Now, never mind the fact that there were 5 of us guys. Only 4 of us were the tight crew too, and the other guy, he was an Australian fella that we'd met in the bar, and he had the substances and pretty much begged us to let him attend our rich hedge fund party. He said he had some great investment opportunities to run past us. And of course, we weren't hedge fund managers or Wall Street wankers or anything like that. We were more like the schlubs from The Hangover or any Vince Vaughn or Owen Wilson American comedy movie that you can name. Just regular dudes who like to party, who like to try and usually fail hooking up with some honeys, and just have fun. We'd also blown most of our savings on renting this yacht for one day, and the deposit alone was completely eye-watering, which we would lose if any damage occurred to this vessel. And so basically the 4 of us were all a bit jumpy about getting too drunk or wrecked, especially when the Australian guy, who we'll just call Barry, started breaking out the baggies. We realized that Halloween fell on a full moon that year in 2001, and Barry got incredibly excited about this, doing nose candy and howling at the moon as soon as the sun went down. Now please just remember here, we were dumb guys in our early 20s, Barry was probably 35 and we didn't know him at all, and we just invited him onto a boat from which there was no real escape, and the guy was off his head on the powder. Now, me and my 2 other buddies, Chris and Paul, were making half-assed attempts to hit on the honeys we picked up, but they were more interested in Barry and his wild antics. Rocky, on the other hand, was absolutely freaking out, worrying about the deposit that we dropped on the yacht and then stressing in general. Eventually, he took me to one side while the others were getting drunk and high with weird Australian Barry. Rocky told me that he'd effed up big style, and a hell of a storm was heading right towards our location. That's fine, I said. We'll just raise anchor and sail back to the docks. We can't be that far out, right? And that's when Rocky tells me that he'd never actually dropped anchor, and the boat had been just drifting slowly further and further out to sea, and he basically just had no idea what in the hell he was doing. It was almost nature or God or someone was playing a prank on us. No sooner had Rocky made this confession that the heavens absolutely opened up and heavy freezing rain began to pound down in the boat. The girls ran under the cover of the bridge, but there was barely enough space for all of us to fit in the small interior sections of this tiny yacht, the best we could afford. Now Barry, on the other hand, was standing out in the storm. Lightning was striking the water dangerously close by now, and choppy waves had begun rocking us back and forth. Rocky, Paul, and Chris were yelling at each other to navigate back to shore, and the girls were just screaming. Now, I'm not convinced they even knew how to plot the route back. How Rocky had managed to convince the rental company to even let us take the boat out, I'll never know that, but he was always good at bullcrapping his way through situations. But back to Barry, he was hollering and screaming about some sea witch, and I think he called her Shazanzi or something like that, and even 24 years later I've never been able to find any evidence of this so-called sea goddess. Barry was imploring her to save us. And then he paused, as if listening for a reply. And this is when one of the girls said something to me that they'd seen Barry taking a whole bunch of LSD, at least 3 tabs. Great. So we had this mysterious Australian drug addict standing out in the storm, and holy crap, what was he doing now? He starts to produce a goddamn knife from the boat's toolkit and started carving a sigil into the wooden decking on the boat. Of course, Rocky's first thought was the goddamn deposit and how much money we'd lose, so he runs out into the storm and starts screaming at Barry. Barry cocks his head to one side again and yells that, sure, he'll do what Chazanay says. And then his face goes very serious, rain was hammering down, lightning striking, and he tells us that because it's Halloween and a full moon, Chazanay demands 2 sacrifices to release us from her domain. Now calmly, I ask him what he means by that, and he holds up the knife and makes a very obvious slicing gesture across his neck. I tell him, hey buddy, don't hurt yourself, and he laughs and says it's not him that Chazanay wants as a sacrifice. So I asked him who he wants, and he points to one of the chicks we brought with us, and then Rocky, the only guy who knows how to pilot the damn boat. So of course, I'm not about to let this high-as-heck Australian lunatic sacrifice any of us to his imaginary sea witch. The storm is closing in, and Rocky's doing his best to navigate the choppy waters before any real danger occurs. At least, any real danger besides the lunatic drug addict who's demanding that Rocky and the girl whose name I don't even remember anymore, but I think it was probably like Belinda, come out and fall on his blade in the name of Chazanay. And so I'm looking around in the pouring rain, trying to find a way to de-escalate the situation without getting myself stabbed in the face by this madman. I spy a harpoon gun on the floor, but no, couldn't. I'm not shooting this guy with a spear and having that on my conscience. He's drunk and on an LSD trip. He doesn't deserve to die. He seemed like a solid bloke before the sea witch sacrifice crap. Unfortunately, Barry saw me looking at the spear gun and decided to make a move for it, towards me with the knife. He said I wasn't the sacrifice Chazanay wanted, but he wouldn't let me get in the way of saving the world from the storm that would consume us all. According to him, that's what was going on. This was the apocalypse, and it was on us all, and only the deaths of those 2 random people he just met would save the world, i.e., he was absolutely off his face on drugs. And you know when people are absolutely off their face on drugs, they like to talk, at length. And boy, did Barry talk. So much in fact that he didn't notice one of the chicks was sneaking around to the side of the boat towards Barry. And I remember her name was Krista because we dated for a while after this, but I think it was just a situationship because it didn't really last. And I guess being held captive by a sea god worshipping nut job isn't the best basis for a long-term relationship. Now anyway, Krista had crept up behind Barry, who was waving this knife in my direction, and she grabbed some kind of pole which I guess was used to fish things out of the sea if they fell overboard. Now Barry was in the middle of some big rant about saving the world. Rain was hammering down, lightning was lighting up the sky, and then wham! Krista smacks Barry in the head with the pole as hard as she could. He staggers, and for a moment I'm not convinced that he's going to go down. And so I dart in like the hero that I always wanted to be and sock him right in the jaw with the best and only punch I'd ever thrown in my life. The knife goes flying out of his hand right overboard and Barry collapses forward. Now quickly, the others, apart from Rocky, who's still trying to steer the boat away from the storm, all come running. They'd found some rope and some other things to secure Barry, and we tie this lunatic Aussie up in the back of the boat, and somehow, thankfully, Rocky managed to guide the boat back into the quay. We're expecting cops to be waiting on our return or the Coast Guard or someone, but it was a bit of an anticlimax. I guess Rocky never thought to actually radio the Coast Guard for help, which we still give him crap for to this day. And there was only one person waiting on that dock, and I could tell right away that she was the Karen type. Middle-aged, soaked to the skin, and looked like she was ready to call the manager. And thankfully, her anger was not directed at us. It was directed at Barry. She explained that she was Barry's wife and took one look at him hog-tied and incapacitated in the back of the boat and just said something like, "Bloody Nora, not again, you bloody C-word." And before we could even protest, she just climbed on the boat, slapped Barry around in the face 6 ways from Sunday until he woke up, and then sort of marched him to a nearby car, throwing him into the back. Now, I was kind of shocked to realize that she was driving a Bentley, and a pretty nice one at that. We thought she was going to do a runner, and one of my buddies was already writing down their registration plate. But then Karen came back and was surprisingly apologetic. Her excuse? Barry was having some type of midlife crisis and liked to party. We tried to explain that he'd been threatening to sacrifice a couple of us to some sea witch, and Karen just shrugged and said, yeah, he gets a bit weird on Halloween and on a full moon, so she quote-unquote wasn't surprised. Like, okay, lady, this guy sounds like he really isn't safe in modern society, maybe? But he wasn't our problem anymore. At least not when Karen pulled out her checkbook and wrote us a very sizable check to cover the damages that Barry had done to our boat, and any other trauma that we'd actually suffered. Now we're talking a 5-figure amount here, more than enough to buy our silence, as much as I'm ashamed to say it. And we made sure to plead with Karen to get her husband some help, and she kind of implied that it was an uphill struggle, but they were trying. And then she said that maybe we could join them on their boat sometime, because Barry's not normally like this, I guess. Well, I'd hope not. And she gave me her card, and while we never did take her up on the offer, with no desire to ever see these weirdos again, I did look them up a few years later and realized that we'd been in the presence of a couple of very rich people. So in our quest to impress some hot chicks by pretending we were rich enough to own a boat, we discovered the reality of having the kind of money that turns you into someone like Barry. And after that, I've spent the next 20-odd years feeling perfectly happy that I'm just a lowly mechanic in a small Australian town. And the guys drifted apart, but sometimes we still message on Facebook and talk about the time we were almost sacrificed to an imaginary sea witch during a storm on Halloween. We barely even tell other people the story because it sounds so bat crap crazy that we usually can't be bothered to even try convincing people it's true. But I figured, hey, I'm getting on in years, so I'll just post it to you, and maybe it'll serve as a cautionary tale for anyone else who randomly decides to rent a boat and sail into a storm during a full moon on Halloween night. So my girl and I encountered something very strange this weekend. So we trail run, and it's sort of become our thing. Now yesterday we found a trailhead that was up towards the mountains about 2 hours away from Seattle, pretty remote. So we left early and got to the trailhead at 8 a.m. The trail was particularly difficult, steep enough that we found ourselves walking pretty often, and in retrospect we should have been surprised by what we saw next. Midway through our run on a steep descent, we pass a lone hiker and think absolutely nothing about the encounter. Alone, maybe 65 to 70 and wearing all white. The clothes were modern, looked perfectly placed for today. Hiking pants, vest, hat, and she had one hiking pole and a backpack, all white. Again, modern clothes didn't stand out as strange, and we say hello and she says nothing back. We were running, so there was really nothing rude about it, and we just simply passed her. We continue, and it gets harder, but progress nearly 3 miles uphill, and we get to a point where the trail becomes an overgrown forest road in a small clearing. And at this point, the road begins to get very, very overgrown. So we crest a small ridge, and suddenly we see a hiker. It's been 30 minutes since we saw the older lady in white. Yet, here was a hiker with the same outfit. There were no folks in our trail, yet we'd swear that this was the same person. But that would be impossible, right? And the gravity of this didn't quite hit yet. So strangely, we ran past her again. We ran a couple of feet in front, at least, because at this point the road was entirely bushes and not passable, and so we turn around. So we walk past her a last time, and she says something. Something like, "Seems like the trail ends here." It didn't feel eerie, yet in retrospect it was eerie. We ran back, and everything seemed normal until we reflected on why this lady was there. How could she have even made it there at all? We just ran 5 miles uphill, steep terrain, and so did this 70-year-old lady. It's been a one-way path and there had been no other turns. The trail we were on at this point was completely overgrown, enough that we had to turn around, and why was she there? How did she get there? Was she the same lady? And when we turned around and ran back that same trail, we never ran into the first hiker. So I got a weird Halloween story for you. My buddies and I were on the way to a haunted house attraction that doubled as a Halloween party. It was sort of what you call a bespoke thing set up by a friend of ours. I just turned 21, so I was used to relying on other people to supply the alcohol at various keggers and gatherings. And then as we drove to the host's house in the hills, it struck me as, holy crap. I was old enough to legally buy alcohol and bring some beers to the party, and finally wouldn't feel like such a scab who was always begging other people for beer. And this was the first time that I'd stopped at a convenience store to buy alcohol, and I was buzzed. I had ID with me, and I could legally buy whatever things I wanted, and nobody could stop me. Vodka, rum and gin, and that's what I decided. I told my 2 pals to wait in the car, and they were both 20, and I had a vague memory that some places won't serve you if you're with minors. I didn't want to risk anything getting in the way of this rite of passage, so I just sort of went across the parking lot, head in the clouds, and pushed open the door of the convenience store with the confidence of a 21-year-old who no longer has to rely on some fake ID to inevitably fail to buy beer. And the guy at the cash register was some scrawny guy who looked just a bit older than me. He gave me this weird, suspicious look that I interpreted as, "You're underage, aren't you?" And so I shot him this wide, confident smile. Fair enough, I thought. I do have kind of a baby face, so I snatched up a basket to fill with my legitimately gotten gains, and I decided to take my time, browsing the snacks, and maybe I'd buy some Funyuns or Takis or some other snacks for my buddies and I. Beef jerky, that was good, and into the basket that went. Candy corn, that was always a Halloween staple too. And I look over my shoulder at the cashier, and he seemed to be sweating profusely. He wasn't looking at me though, he was just looking at the mirror in the corner that reflected all of the store. I followed his gaze. My heart at that moment absolutely sank. Crouched down an aisle away from me was a man wearing a balaclava and clutching what seemed to be a shotgun. Immediately I realized what had happened. He'd been in the process of robbing the store when we pulled into the lot, and I just sort of walked into the middle of some stick-up. Instead of turning me into bloody paste, the guy had clearly decided to hide behind some stacks with his shotgun pointed at the clerk as a warning. And the clerk asked me if I'd found everything I needed, clearly trying to encourage me to pay and get out, and to call for help. I went along with it, telling him that, yeah, I was done. And there was clearly a tremor in my voice though, and in my own head it sounded like I was pooping bricks. I glanced up at the reflective mirror and saw the gunman beginning to stand up. Oh God, I thought he had clocked me. And I saw his black masked head appear over the aisle, and he did, in fact, clock me. He told me to move to the front of the store. His voice was muffled through that woolen mask, and I obeyed, just trying not to pee myself. And I have no idea why, but I kept hold of my basket of groceries the whole time. The gunman stepped forward, gesturing for me to stand behind the store clerk so we were both within range of that potential shotgun blast. And this was it. I felt like I was going to die. I said a quick prayer and hoped upon hope that my buddies in the car had somehow noticed what was going on from the vehicle and called the cops on their cell phones. All I had to do was just stall for time. "What's brought you here today, buddy?" I remember asking the gunman, and it was the first thing I could think to ask. A dumb question, and he knew it. And I could tell that he was pretty frustrated as he replied, telling me that he was here to rob the place, obviously. and I figured maybe I'd try and appeal to his human side. "I'm just here for the spirits," I said. "Going to a haunted house. I thought I'd pick up some spirits for the festivities." And the guy was wearing a black mask, but I swear I saw him go pale. His eyes were widened, and I had no idea what I'd said or done to affect him so much. And then he asked me, "This place has spirits?" I was baffled. Of course it did. It was a wine and spirits and liquor store. And the gunman's eyes were darting around and the shotgun was shaking in his hands. And that's when I had the dumbest revelation of my life. He thought I meant freaking ghosts. He thought I was here to recruit actual dead spirits to come with me to a haunted house. And then he asked me if they speak to me too, if I hear their voices calling to me, because he does. He said the spirits told him to come here today and rob this place. At that point, I just winged it. I told him that's what they're like here. They're trickster spirits. They're trying to corrupt him so the devil could claim his soul. And this was my job to guide them to a nearby haunted house where they could be at peace. Now, I was rambling, just making up any crap I could think of, because from the way his hands were shaking, it looked like he was buying it. I told him that he shouldn't give in and shouldn't listen to the voices. He told me that he usually takes medication to keep the voices quiet, but he hadn't been able to afford it for a while, that his dealer was out of town. Great. So this guy was suffering from probably heroin withdrawals and hearing ghostly voices, and had a shaking, sawed-off shotgun pointed directly at us. And suddenly, I heard distant sirens getting very quickly closer. I didn't look out, I just continued to pray that the cops would de-escalate the situation before he could fire off a shot. And what happened next, I cannot explain. To this day, I have no explanation for what happened. A bottle of vodka fell off the shelf. It just sort of fell off and smashed onto the ground behind the gunman. Now, the rational part of me knows that he must have knocked it when he was ducking down back there, or maybe it was just sort of poorly stacked, but late at night, when I have flashbacks to this hostage situation, I can't help imagine a spectral figure giving that bottle a little nudge. I know that didn't happen, but it was a miracle nonetheless. At that moment, the gunman whirled around at the sound of the glass breaking, and when he saw it was a bottle of spirits, he let out a scream that I swear could have woken the dead. And then, oh my God, this is the part that I wish I could forget. I heard a gunshot, and the gunman's head exploded. He put the sawed-off into his own mouth and pulled the trigger. I heard the bell over the door sound, heard the cops running in, yelling for me to get down on the ground, and I just complied in some type of daze. My ears were ringing from the sound of the shotgun blasts, and there was blood and all sorts of stuff all over and on me, and to this day when I look in the mirror, I'm convinced that I haven't washed all of it off. Later, we discovered that the gunman had some history of some pretty severe mental illness and drug use. He'd been in and out of facilities his entire life, didn't receive remotely the appropriate mental health care, and he turned to heroin to drown out the voices, and when that all dried up, those voices came back, and all it took was for me to mention spirits and an ill-placed bottle to end his tragic life. We never did go to that haunted house party, and I've never celebrated Halloween since. I think I'm haunted enough as it is. When I was around 10 years old, my dog fled and disappeared. It had happened before, so we did the same as the other times. Paid some radio announcements to spread the word and glued some pamphlets around, and nothing worked. Until one day, my father mysteriously said, "We're gonna go get Frodo back." Now, this was before the Lord of the Rings movies, mind you, and both him and my older brother were big fans of the books. And we drove through a weird rocky road which was far from home and actually found Frodo waiting for us by the gates of a house. No one greeted us. My father opened the gate and the dog got in the car with us. Now, 20 years later, he finally mustered the courage to tell us what had happened. He's a physician and had an appointment with a patient, and the patient got in and said, "You look distressed. What happened?" And my father replied, "Our dog ran away and my youngest son is very sad about it." And the man then asked for a piece of paper and a pencil, and he drew a map and said, "This is where your dog is." And we followed the map and found Frodo. And not a matter of belief, as Frodo was the living proof of that man's abilities. And that was also a very special evening when my father told us what had happened. It was a family gathering and my godfather said, "Yep, that's it. Some people just have those amazing abilities." To which my mother replied, "Of course, just like Julian," which is me. And everyone stared at me and my godfather asked if it was true, and I just gathered strength and said something which I'd never shared in their company because it kind of made me embarrassed, as I always saw my family as rational materialists. "Yes," I replied, and proceeded to telling them all sorts of weird things that I've kept to myself, such as seeing ghosts when I was younger. My godfather got up and went inside the house. In a gesture of unbelievable kindness, he came back with a rare bottle of Portuguese wine that he was keeping for a special occasion with chalices for all of us. He served us the wine, raised his glass in a toast, and said, "To Julian, for the courage of sharing with us something special today." And this is one of the sweetest memories ever. I'm blessed with an amazing family, and I'm well aware of that. I didn't have any plans to celebrate Halloween this year. I bought some candy on the small chance that kids in my apartment block might trick-or-treat, but it had never happened before, so I didn't expect it this year. Not only that, I was working late at the office, and by the time I began the walk home, it was past 10 at night. Now, usually I get a taxi, or these days an Uber, but it was Halloween and the streets were pretty busy. It felt safe enough to walk the few blocks home, or so I thought anyway. And there were crowds milling about in costume in the streets where my office used to be, so I sort of mingled among them for a while, making my way to the next block. I expected the festivities to be continuing on that block, but no. It was like it had been completely and utterly abandoned. Wherever the crowds were headed, it wasn't this way. Well, that was fine by me. I hurried down this darkened commercial street, my heels clacking against the pavement, the only sound echoing around the darkened buildings. And then I heard footsteps behind me. They were slow, methodical, and in perfect time to my own steps. Anyone who's ever walked home alone at night will recognize the sound. It's the sound of being followed. So I sped up, and I couldn't risk looking over my shoulder. A large man was walking behind me, and there was no doubt that he was following me. When I stopped, he stopped, and when I sped up, he sped up too. I hurried to the end of the block and stopped, looking for a direction to turn, and that's when I saw him pointing at me. He seemed to be wearing black gloves, and I could barely see his face, but there was no mistaking it as a threat. His pointing spoke volumes, this, "I'm coming for you and I'm going to get you." And that's when I remembered the crowd on the other block. I tried to recall which direction they'd been heading, and I thought that I could cut through to wherever they were going if I went right. Now, not caring, I kicked off my heels so I could run easier in my stockinged feet and sprinted down to the next street. And the further I got, the more I realized that I could hear the sound of music and partying. But behind me, I could hear the thundering sound of these footsteps behind me, and the stalker was clearly following me still. Thankfully, I was fit and fast and worked out regularly. He was a big man, and I was confident that I could outrun him. And I was right. I burst out into a throng of masked demonic figures, and hot damn, I'd forgotten that my city's debut Halloween parade was happening this year. We'd never done it before, a big street party with floats and performers and all sorts of stuff like that. Holy crap, this was the perfect place to lose my pursuer. I pushed through the crowd, not caring if I was disrupting people. Nobody seemed to care as they were all partying and dancing around the parade float that was currently driving down the street. On it were dancing skeletons and corpses popping out of coffins, and the creepiest song I think I'd ever heard in my damn life was playing from the speakers. And then the worms crawl in, the worms crawl out, something, and you'll be the first to die were the lyrics. And for the first time, I genuinely wondered if I'd fallen asleep at my desk and was dreaming that I was in some horror movie. But someone knocked into me, sending pain through my shoulder, and I realized this was very real. Not only that, the man who'd been following me was now creeping down the side of the hearse float. I started to run again, heading towards the end of the parade, and crashed straight into a group of college-aged guys, spilling one of their beers all down their front. Now, I quickly started to apologize and explain that I was being stalked by a man who actually was going to hurt me, and I thought that they would help me. Instead, they just began tugging at me, demanding that I pay for their drink. One of them tried to grab my purse, and another, clearly off his face drunk, pulled me to him and asked for a kiss. Now, I'd run from one danger straight into another. These young men were clawing at me, snatching at me, and all I could do was scream for help and try and batter them with my purse. I cracked one of them in the side of the head and he yelled out in pain, but by now, the parade float had reached us and the music was just blaring. The worms crawled in, the worms crawled out, I remember. And then, from atop that float itself, some beefy, muscular skeleton started yelling, and he was screaming at those guys, asking what the hell they thought they were doing. And he starts to jump off the moving float and coming towards us. He was clearly a big guy, and so were the other skeleton figures who had joined him. They'd been performing on the parade float, but as soon as they saw these drunk frat bros assaulting me, they leaped to my defense, thankfully. Now, these boys scattered into the crowd, yelling and just making vague, drunken threats. I thanked the skeletons, and they explained the direction the parade was going and the quickest route that I could take to get back to my area of the city. It was only a couple of blocks away, and I'd just gotten turned around and lost in all the confusion. The Halloween decorations and party equipment made the area look almost alien, and so I made my way home, and I was almost at my apartment block just a building or two away when something caused me to stop and turn. The stalker. I'd completely forgotten all about him, but he was stood there at the end of the street, a hood covering his face, one black glove held out, pointing at me. Our eyes were meeting, or at least I think they did, and I could barely see his face under the shadow of that hood. And then he began to run, charging straight at me. I turned around and fled as fast as I could to my apartment door, swiping the security key and diving inside and slamming the electric door behind me. The night guard looked up at me in surprise, and I blurted out what had just happened. And together we watched and waited for that stalker to appear in front of the door, as at the same time the night guard called the cops. The stalker never showed up, though. For whatever reason, he stopped following me just before he reached the building. We called the cops, and they checked what little CCTV footage there was on the route home, but with all that Halloween parade and the dark costume the stalker was wearing, the best they got was some blurry shot of me running down the street pursued by some dark shape. And to this day, I have no idea who that stalker was. I've never seen him again, and this was almost 6 years ago now, and every single day I expect to see him following me. I never walk home alone anymore, and I never attend Halloween parades either. Both events on the same night get me a little nervous, and Halloween can be genuinely terrifying, and not always in the ways you expect. When I was 16, my sister and I were walking home for lunch, a half block from the high school. A girl in my younger sister's class was driving someone's car in the parking lot doing donuts. It appeared the girl in the front passenger seat was scared and wanted out, and the door opened and she was pulled under the car. The driver must have thought that she was still on top of her, ended up backing over her for a second time, and I knew she was dead. And then I saw what looked like refractive light combined with a mist or fog, and this was the best that I can use words to describe it really, that sort of ascended up just above the car, and then it was gone. My sister ran down to call 911. Now, I was dry heaving in the ditch as I was extremely sensitive to other people's pain, so witnessing a person ran over twice and be gone was overwhelming. I wondered about what I saw a few times that summer. Never told anyone and didn't think that I'd be believed. It was a long faded memory by the time I was in my late 20s. My BFF was driving my car to drop me at SeaTac for a business trip on the old Highway 99 viaduct. We came up on an accident that had just occurred, motorcycle versus SUV. The SUV was on its side, wheels facing the bay, and a woman was having a panic attack, and another woman was kneeling by the motorcyclist, reaching for a pulse. I saw the same refracted light and foggy but transparent particles move up and away from him, and then disappear just as the woman sunk her head down, and I interpreted that as no pulse. What could it possibly be but a soul or a quantum group of particles from the elements of a supernova that gave us life, returning to the fold? This isn't the only experience I've had that didn't have an explanation based on our current understanding of quantum physics, chemistry, biology, any of the sciences. But it's one I have witnessed twice under similar circumstances, so it would be difficult to explain it away as a reflection of some light bouncing off of metal or other anomalies. Firstly, I don't want to convince anyone that I really have this skill. My objective is to report and answer questions from people who are really interested or curious about the subject. In parapsychology, telepathy is the ability to acquire information about another person's thoughts, feelings, or activities without using verbal, body, sign, or written language. I discovered this skill when I was 7 years old when I went to try a cinnamon candy with a friend. We bought it at the supermarket and we each ate one, and I loved the taste, but I heard my friend say, "Wow, it's really bad." So I replied, "No, it's really good." And he looked at me scared and said, "How did you know I didn't like it? I didn't say that, I just thought it." And at the time I didn't understand, and he was somewhat intrigued and spat out the candy and went home. And after that, I noticed that when talking to friends, I would hear a certain voice coming from them when they were about to say something. I always spoke before they spoke, and they were surprised, but soon they started to treat me badly. They called me boring and weird and stopped talking to me. And to continue having friends, I stopped sharing what I heard and didn't talk about it with anyone anymore. As a teenager, I managed to meet and have relationships with many girls. My friends who didn't know didn't understand how I managed to date so many girls, and I jokingly said, "When you know what the other person is thinking, it's easy." And they always laughed. The voice I hear doesn't always have the same voice as the person. Sometimes it's just the person's intention or feeling at that moment, but sometimes it's the same as the person's voice, and it depends on how they represent their conscious thoughts. During my life, I told a few people about this ability, and when I did, I had to prove it by talking about something she was thinking, and even then, the vast majority didn't believe it and thought it was some mentalism or a magic trick. As an adult, I decided to use this skill to help people. I chose to be a psychologist. Obviously, I do very well during the sessions, and my patients praise my work a lot as I know exactly what they are feeling and thinking. So this is a pretty incredible story. My nephew is apparently the reincarnation of the first pilot to break the sound barrier. First of all, he doesn't have access to the internet or TV, and the only thing he watches are cartoon channels. Charles Yeager died on December 7th, 2020, and my nephew was born a few days later premature. It all started when my nephew started telling my sister this memory from his past life that he was a pilot and that one day his plane crashed over mountains, but he didn't die. And he also said his name was Jaeger and occasionally referred to a Charles, but we didn't make the correlation right away because the pilot also nicknamed himself Chuck Yeager. I don't have all the info, but I'll do an update later, and my mother has to tell me everything in detail, but in short, my nephew has information he can't possibly know, such as the types of planes Yeager flew, etc. And now we're going to ask him about Charles Yeager's brothers, sisters, and sons, and information that only he could have. But what would you do then, if you were us, if it turned out to be true? Because I myself still find it hard to believe, but what should we do? Contact his family? Hello, just so you know, your father has been reincarnated in France. Here's the information that only you could have known, which proves it. He's fine and loves Paw Patrol. When I was in college, a friend of a friend threw a small Halloween house party. Nothing too wild, just the usual decorations, costumes, punch, apple bobbing, and vodka, the usual. And when we arrived at the party, the center of the living room couch had been taken up by a werewolf. Now, I'd never seen a werewolf mask like it before. It was like something out of a movie. And you would swear that it was a professional prop. His snout looked wet. His maw was glistening with saliva, and his werewolf hair looked genuinely real, and his eyes, man, I had no idea how he even saw out of the mask's eyes. But they were fully realistic eyeballs, just incredible. And this dude was just sort of sitting there in the middle of the couch. If it hadn't been for the fact that he only wore a mask as part of his werewolf costume, I might have assumed that he was a prop. But below the mask he wore a sort of Hawaiian t-shirt and chinos. He had thin, knobby legs, these dirty sneakers, and on his arms he had tattoos that looked suspiciously like prison tattoos. And I figured they were just sort of drawn on, like it was some werewolf character that I didn't know about. Now, I'm not a big werewolf guy, so I figured that I couldn't ID the particular werewolf that he was dressed as. And occasionally, one or two of us would sit next to him and try and talk to him. But man, the dude stayed in character the whole night. At first, he just let out this sort of wheezing growl, and after a while, he'd just sort of stare forward silently. And the party went on, and the werewolf continued to sit there. We began to speculate who he might be. And eventually, it hit. He was our friend Josh, and this was exactly his MO. Last Halloween, he'd come dressed as a mannequin and stood in the corner for an hour before finally moving and scaring the crap out of us. So if it was Josh, we wanted to leave him and see what he'd do. Surely he had a big scare planned for us. Josh did have a big scare planned for us, in fact. At just before midnight, he burst in through the front door dressed as Leatherface, swinging a toy chainsaw. And he apologized for being late, but his car wouldn't start. Now our eyes darted back between Josh and this werewolf, and the werewolf and Josh, and the werewolf just sat there, staring at us, unmoving, and it was beginning to just unsettle us. We explained the situation to Josh, how this werewolf was just sitting there, staring, and he got extra freaked out about it. And so he went over to this guy and says, "Buddy, say something. Buddy, who are you?" No reply. So Josh grabs the werewolf mask and pulls it off. And I'll never forget the sight of that gray face. Yellow bile had dripped from the corner of his mouth. His sightless eyes stared at nothing, and he was clearly and obviously dead. Cue a massive panic as the party dispersed and we called the cops. Thankfully, none of us were under any suspicion, as the autopsy revealed that he'd taken a massive drug overdose, apparently stumbled into our party, sat down, and just sort of quietly died on my buddy's couch. He was just some homeless guy in his 40s, and none of us knew him. The cops couldn't even find a confirmed identity on the guy, and in the end, we were the only ones at his tiny funeral covered by the state. And for whatever reason, this old homeless guy had decided to pump himself with a cocktail full of drugs, put on the most realistic werewolf mask I'd ever seen, and come to our party to die. The least we could do was just give him some kind of send-off. I still don't know his real name or why he chose our party to end his life, but I still think about him sometimes, and I hope that he's in a better place, living his best life and howling at the moon. So I've been sitting on this for a while. I haven't told anyone about this because it sounds freaking crazy, but it stuck with me for a few months and I just need to get it out. If anyone else has experienced something like this in Texas, especially Central Texas, I'd really like to hear about it. So way back in September, I was going through some pretty severe depression and I was thinking about taking my own life. Now I came up with a plan which was to actually jump off a water tower. And when the time came, I snuck out of the house at around 1 a.m. and began my 25 to 30 minute walk to the tower. Now, my original plan was to climb the water tower, but when I got there, I noticed a radio tower pretty close by and thought, yeah, this one's going to take me out for sure. Now, to get to the tower, I would have to cross this field with an abandoned building off to the side, and it looked like it was made out of a shipping container. Now, I wasn't really focused on the building, just heading toward the tower, but that's when I saw something that made me stop dead in my tracks. On the far side of the building, something was peeking around the corner, just the upper half of its body. I only saw it for a split second, but it was tall, at least 8 feet, completely white, and not shaped like any animal I've ever seen before. It was fast. As soon as it realized that I'd noticed it, it turned and bolted. And the speed it moved with wasn't normal. It was almost like it wasn't bound by the same laws of physics. Like it was too big to be that fast, too smooth in the way that it moved. It was almost too uncanny. Now I also want to point out, because this was an important detail that I left out, that I did hear the grass rustle when it ran off. As if seeing this thing wasn't scary enough, just hearing the grass rustle for a moment made the experience that much more terrifying. And this could have been an auditory or visual hallucination, but I have no concrete answer. Now, I just want to clarify to everyone that I have never been much of a spiritual or religious person up till that point. I have always followed logic and reasoning, so when I saw that creature, I immediately began thinking of reasonable explanations. And at first I thought, was that a cow? Because I heard mooing in the fields earlier, and so I assumed that that's what I saw and it probably had to be a cow. So when I got far enough to see the area around the building, I saw that the cows were all fenced off and they were far away, and there was nothing else around. And I mean, there's no way that a cow could stand on its legs like that and move at the speed it did. What really messed me up wasn't just the sight of it, it was how I felt. The wave of dread that hit me was overwhelming, not like normal fear. It felt primal, like something inside me knew that I had to get out of there immediately. And here's the weirdest part. I went there, planning to die. But after seeing that thing, I didn't want to die anymore. I was absolutely freaking terrified, and I've never seen something like this before in my life. I don't have any history of hallucinations, and I wasn't under the influence of any drugs. And what I saw was absolutely real. And I'm not saying it was paranormal, I don't know. But it was real, and real enough that it made me turn around and leave when I thought that I was ready to die. And if anyone else has seen something like this, especially near towers or isolated areas in Texas, please sound off in the comments. So I got to work this morning and began unloading and loading cargo into the back of my truck. It's very dark in my workspace, and so much so that I have to wear a headlamp to read labels in the loading area because the lights are not very bright in my workspace, and it gets bright during the day, and is very silent, and I'm the only person who starts here at 4 a.m. Now this morning, at roughly 4:15, I stopped loading my cargo and sent my boss a quick text message, and something literally loudly hissed in my ear, and I actually felt warm air on my neck. I freaked out and probably looked ridiculous if the security cameras caught it because I was backing up quickly and spinning in circles trying to see whatever it was. I flinched so hard that I gave myself slight whiplash, and then I immediately ran outside to my car and waited for my coworker to come in about an hour later so I wouldn't be alone. And I debated leaving work. I'm on my lunch break now posting this, and when my coworker saw me outside when he arrived, I just told him that I'm sick and needed to come outside for a few minutes. And I'm totally freaked out and I don't want to come back into work for tomorrow. I've been in the area at 4 a.m. over 1,000 times, so I am very used to the norm, and this was the first experience like this that I've ever had. Now, for some context, I drive a 5-ton truck for a third-party logistics company at a large factory with over 5,000 workers. Part of my job requires me to be the first person on site every day at the logistics area to have materials delivered before the factory workers' shifts start at 7 a.m. Other people usually start showing up at around 6:30, and I arrive at 4 a.m. every morning to load and unload my own trailer in a dedicated caged-in area that only I work in, as I'm the only driver here for this company. Only me and 2 other coworkers have access cards for this area. I won't name the company or factory that I work in because I don't want it to affect my job. The black square drawn in the image is just covering a company logo. There's nothing paranormal that I can see in the photo, it's just to show what the place looks like. Yes, workers have died in this building from machinery mishaps in the past, and it's been operating for over 50 years. I've had numerous paranormal experiences, but never any at work. So I've got a story for you about a time when I was a young kid myself and we encountered a strange child. I think this is genuinely the scariest thing that's ever actually happened to me, and if I get sick like a fever or anything, this is always the thing I have nightmares about if I'm going to have them. So I figured that I'd try and exorcise them by writing to you about it. So this was back in the 90s, which was the best time to be a kid because it just was. This happened in like 97, and life was just simpler and more relaxed back then. Things really changed everywhere after the beginning of the 2000s. I think we all know why, and it's not just nostalgia talking. For me, things changed before that, this summer of 97 though. And when I think back on it, I picture it like a movie. Me and my 4 buddies, 3 other guys, 1 girl, we didn't have some cool nickname like the Losers Club and IT or the Goonies. And I don't even remember if the kids were called the Goonies in that movie. But anyway, we didn't have a cool team name, we were just kinda the gang. It was me, James, Barry, Pat, and Kendall. That summer we spent most of the time exploring our rural neighborhood, playing various made-up games in fields and forests, and just having a good time. We built a fort, we made a dam, we rode our bikes, we had picnics. We were all aged 8 to 10 and wanted the summer to last forever. Or at least until our quarters ran out at the arcade, or it got cold, or one of us almost died. Unfortunately, it's the last one that brought an end to our summer of fun. We met the strange kid on a Monday. We knew him for 5 days. He said his name was Russell. At the time, we were finishing up our fort in the forest, so we let Russell tag along because he asked. Now, he seemed younger than us, and he said that he just moved into the area. He had a pretty cool new bike, which at the time I didn't find suspicious. And now when I look back on it though, I think Russell probably stole that bike. You see, Russell was a super unkempt and scruffy kid. Like his clothes were almost rags. I don't mean like some old Victorian kid, just typical normal 90s kid clothes. but they were super torn and dirty and hand-me-down. It made Russell look like he came from a family that my sister would have called dirt poor. Russell came to hang out with us every day that week and disappeared at dinner time like clockwork. Now, when Barry and I mentioned Russell in front of my mom, she said that she thought that he must be part of the farming family who'd moved into the farm down the way. He wasn't, as it turns out, but it was a good guess. He was just some other random neighborhood kid who'd recently started hanging around. On Friday, Russell begged and pleaded with us to come with him and see something cool that he'd found. We had plans to carve our initials into the trees that day, but it could wait, so we let Russell lead us around the outskirts of some fields that we weren't really supposed to cut through. Eventually, after we crossed through a little area of trees we'd never been in and had to balance our way over a small stream, we reached the destination Russell had in mind. It was a massive sinkhole. I'd heard about the sinkhole in the area. We'd all been vaguely warned to stay away from it, but none of us actually knew where it was. Now Russell had led us right to it, and more to the point, he was sort of waxing poetic about how he lived down in the hole. "No, you don't," Kendall said to him. Russell insisted that yes, he did. He lived down in the sinkhole. According to him, you jumped into the sinkhole and it teleported you to his home, a magical place called Salt City where they had arcade machines on free play and it was super awesome. And then he said he'd show us, as long as one of us jumped down the sinkhole. Of course, we all knew this was insane. None of us wanted to go near the sinkhole, let alone jump down in it, and we were way too old to believe in magical teleporters to places called Salt City. I guess Russell had heard the name Salt Lake City before and decided Salt City sounded like an appealing alternative. But when you think about it, it's hardly the magical kingdom of Terabithia, is it? Salt City, I mean, come on. Now anyways, Russell was hooting and hollering about the Salt City this and Salt City that and demanding that we jump down in that sinkhole to go there with him. At first, it didn't dawn on us to ask why Russell wanted to throw ourselves down a hole, which would most certainly result in our deaths. So we started playing along, grilling him about this Salt City as we walked around the edges of that sinkhole. Not too close though, vaguely aware that there was a danger Russell might try and push one of us in. Why wouldn't he jump in, we asked. Because he was saving the teleports for us, he said. How did he leave each day to come play with us? Magic, etc. And it was all just complete nonsense. And eventually Kendall whispered to me that maybe it was a bit dangerous that Russell wanted us to do this and we should probably tell an adult. I agreed, so I tried to get the other three to come with us. James had gotten real argumentative with Russell though and was trying to get him to jump down if he was so insistent. I whispered to James that if Russell actually did it, we'd be in a lot of trouble, and that's when I think James finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Russell was trying to persuade us to do something extremely dangerous to ourselves, and any kid who would do that wasn't someone we wanted to be friends with, obviously. We decided to leave Russell to his little hole, and unfortunately, Russell got really angry and belligerent about this, and tried to grab James and actually drag him back towards that sinkhole. Like suddenly this little kid went all feral, deciding I guess that he was gonna throw James down this sinkhole and be responsible for whatever came after. I have no idea. I do know that I realized James was in severe and immediate danger because despite being younger than us, Russell was stronger than he looked. He was managing to actually drag James towards the sinkhole, and none of us wanted to rush in and get too close in case the hole started to widen. And so I did the only thing that I could think to do. I grabbed the nearest thing I could off the ground, which happened to be a small log, and threw it at Russell when I had an opening. And my aim was true. The log hit Russell square in the temple and sent him reeling and staggering back. So much so, in fact, that he staggered right towards the edge of the sinkhole itself. Thankfully, James managed to grab Russell's arm and pull him forward. Russell collapsed onto the ground on the edge of the sinkhole, and we all crept over to see the damage. Russell seemed to be unconscious. His temple was bloody where the log had hit him, and a little bit of blood was also coming out of the corner of his mouth. And in that moment, we made a decision. This kid had been trying to persuade us to do something incredibly cruel, and then try to potentially murder James. We had no idea who he was or who his family was. On the other hand, we'd get in a whole mountain of trouble if we told anyone that we'd been to that sinkhole, and it was our word against Russell's about what had happened. We decided to just leave him unconscious at the sinkhole and run away. Let me tell you guys, if you're ever faced with a choice between coming clean about something or living with the guilt of hiding it, always pick the former. I spent 5 years with this secret weighing on us with no idea if we'd killed Russell or if we could have saved him or anything. 5 years of nightmares, guilt, and terror when Russell was simply not around the next day, or the next, or the next. And by then, we were all too scared to say anything. It became our secret, something we all avoided mentioning to each other unless we absolutely had to. And by the time high school rolled around, we were absolutely certain that we'd killed a kid in the summer of 1997. And it would be our secret that we took to the grave. After 2 years of high school, when most of us were in our junior year, the freshman class started and Russell was among them. We found out because this kid with a mullet and a Scorpions t-shirt came up to us during lunch and was like, "Hey, aren't you the kids that I had a fight with that one summer and nearly threw into a sinkhole?" Sorry about that, guys. Now, Russell's theory was that he had heat stroke or something that day because he has no idea why he tried to persuade us to jump down the sinkhole. He just genuinely enjoyed hanging with us that week, and that day he just says that he had this strong, severe compulsion to lead us to the hole and tell us that nonsensical story. And we'd spent the previous 5 years believing that we'd killed him and being too scared of getting in trouble to try and find out who he was. He'd spent the previous 5 years feeling so guilty that he'd never tried to find out who we were. And we all just kind of laughed about it in the end and even hung out with Russell a bunch after that. Although not often because he had his own group of friends and we were different ages. It was such a strange relief. I don't recommend keeping a dark secret like that to anyone, and like I said, if I have fever dream nightmares, this is what I dream about. How much worse things could have been for all of us if any of the events had played out differently. How stupid of us it was to just leave Russell there. But also, I think most of all, I get haunted by the story Russell told us. How that day, maybe because of heat stroke, he just had this strong, pressing compulsion to tell us all to jump in that hole. It makes me wonder whether if we'd walked closer to that edge, we would have felt the pull of the abyss too. So just to clarify, I hate Halloween. Now, I don't resent other people enjoying it. I'm not a total Grinch like that. But every year when all those decorations start going up and the big bags of fun-sized candies start appearing in the stores, I'm reminded of something I've tried a long time to forget. I used to live in an apartment in the city, and I'd spend a lot of my time sitting at my computer whenever I wasn't at work or at the gym. My desk was right next to a window on my left, and sometimes I'd find myself looking out of it and watching the city just go by. I wasn't a creep about it. I didn't stare at anybody or anything. It was more like people watching, wondering where folks have been, where they're going, and what kind of lives they lead. I saw people walking around during the holidays in their hats and coats, carrying gifts or trays of covered food. I saw all the new college kids moving in around September, wheeling office chairs along the sidewalk with bags slung over their shoulders. And then around Halloween, depending on which day it fell on, I'd see costume kids walking the streets and collecting candy and admiring each other's costumes. And despite what I said earlier about hating the holiday, I actually used to really dig it. I'd carve one of those miniature pumpkins to put on my windowsill and hang a small Happy Halloween banner above it. I'd put a bowl of candy down near the front door as well, something for the kids to help themselves too. And it quickly became one of my favorite times of the year, and I'd sometimes find myself window watching for that first hour after dark, standing there with a beer or a cup of coffee and just checking out what the costumes the kids were wearing that year. Now, back in 1989, it was a Batman year in a big, big way. The movie had just come out that summer, so I knew that I was going to see a lot of Bruce Waynes walking around down there. But the night itself was beyond anything I imagined. There was like an entire army of little Batmans out there, only occasionally broken up by the odd Nicholson-era Joker with a purple blazer and green hair. You got yourself your usual suspects, your vampires, your zombies, your werewolves. But that year, the Batman dominated. So maybe around 7 in the evening, I was done window watching and I was back at my desk doing a little work prep. And since it was all prep, sometimes I'd done a million times, I found it all very boring. And then as my eyes started to wander, I caught sight of a group of trick-or-treaters walking past my window. And out of habit, I turned to check out their costumes and was surprised to see a group of 4 kids, maybe 12 to 13, and without a single Batman among them. There was an Indiana Jones, a pretty good one too, but the one that really caught my attention was the kid dressed as John Rambo, complete with a black tank top and red headband. I was thinking, how the hell did a kid manage to catch a total gore fest? But then I remember my own 12-year-old self moving mountains just to get my hands on a copy of that Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie. And then right as I'm reminiscing about watching Leatherface going absolutely bat poop crazy at the end of the movie, I see this dark gray van pull up next to the kids. I couldn't see the driver, but I saw the kids stop and look over towards the window where he was obviously talking to them. Seconds later, the driver got out of his seat, slammed the door closed, and walked around to the double doors at the back. The kids followed him, each of them looking curious as the guy kind of yapped away like he was trying to sell them something. And he looked normal, I guess, totally unremarkable. But as he's standing there talking to them and pointing towards the rear of his van, I get this sudden and terrible feeling that something awful was about to happen. I guess it was because of how cartoonishly suspicious it looked. Like it legitimately looked like a scene from some cheesy after-school special which has the theme Stranger Danger. But I guess that's what also gave me pause to look. I didn't know who that guy was, but those kids might, and it was entirely possible that he was one of their dads or uncles or something, there to actually get them after trick-or-treating. There were also 4 kids and only one of him, so unless he was some kind of ninja, there was no way that he was throwing all 4 into the back of that van, and it was unlikely he was dumb enough to even try. It was also right at the side of a normally busy road with apartments and houses on either side and with the occasional car driving past too. So unless this guy was a complete maniac, I couldn't see him trying to abduct 4 kids in such a busy, well-lit place. But no matter how much I tried to rationalize what I was seeing, no matter how much I told myself I was being paranoid or a scaredy cat, I couldn't help but shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. I managed to talk myself down a little, mentally at least. But when the guy opened up the rear of his van and looked like he was showing something to those kids, I actually turned in my chair and picked up my desk phone ready to call 911. And there was still that voice in my head saying, "He's not going to grab one of them, he can't. You're just being paranoid." And part of me was totally convinced that he was going to drive off without any sort of incident, and I was going to turn back to my chair feeling like an idiot. But there was this other competing voice too, one that said, "Get ready to make a note of that license plate." And then, as suspected, the unthinkable happened. As the kid in the front stepped forward, like he was almost trying to get a closer look at whatever was in the back of that van, the guy pounced. In what seemed like one fluid motion, the man picked the kid up off of his feet and then dragged him into the van. The kid's 3 friends ran off, just turned tails and ran. And as I hit 911 and brought my phone to my ear, I tried to get an angle so I could see the van's license plate. It took off so fast I wasn't able to read all of it, but I told the dispatcher everything that I'd just seen and was able to describe the guy and his van in quite a bit of detail. The dispatcher woman said that she had officers en route and that I could relax because the police would do everything they could. And that calmed me down a little at the time, but I guess the clue was right there in front of me. Because if the cops really did do everything they could, it wasn't nearly enough. The first missing persons poster went up just a couple of days later, and every single time I saw one, it was agony. The picture they used of the kid was obviously one from happier times, and thinking that he might never be that happy again just about killed me, because I saw the moment that changed his life forever. Now, I don't know if he was ever found. I hope he was, but part of me thinks that he stayed missing and was eventually declared dead. I later read that in America, a kid goes missing every 40 seconds and that almost 500,000 are reported missing every year. Most of them are returned home to their parents after they wandered off and got lost. But a large percentage of those that go missing are never reunited with their family. And I hope it wasn't the case. But sometimes I think that that kid was one of them, and on top of messing up my one chance to keep him safe, I got a front row seat to see pure evil leave its mark, not just on me, but on the whole world. So I have a Halloween trick-or-treating story for you about an utterly terrifying child. No worries if you decide to run it outside of the Halloween season though, because it takes place actually in February. So that's what made it so eerie at first. The knock on the door, then the little kid standing there in some ghost costume saying trick or treat and holding out his battered pumpkin pail. A lone kid trick-or-treating in a classic ghost costume is kind of creepy on Halloween anyway, but at least it's supposed to be. This was a Friday night in early February, 9 p.m. exactly. Now in that moment, I was just a bit speechless. I couldn't see what the kid looked like under his little sheep ghost costume, but he was the height and build of a small 6-year-old. He sounded like a boy, and I just kind of dumbly repeated, "Trick-or-treat?" at him, and he nodded enthusiastically and said, "Yeah," and shook his little bucket in such a very endearing way. And when he shook it, I could see that he had some other candy in there, I guess from my nearest neighbors. See, I lived in a very rural suburb property when this all went down, and the houses weren't super close together, but far enough apart that a kid could feasibly walk around the small neighborhood trick-or-treating. At least, that's how the kids did it on Halloween. I hadn't really dealt with one in February before, nor one lone kid this little who wasn't actually accompanied by his parents. I told him to just wait on the porch, and then closed the screen door and went back inside, and pulled up some Reese's Pieces and put that bag inside of his bucket. And the little kid thanked me, extremely politely actually, and then said, "See you tomorrow, mister." Oh, you would you? I thought to myself. And I spent the next day occasionally sort of laughing to myself at what a clever little scam this kid had cooked up. It was a friendly neighborhood. Who was going to say no to an adorable tiny sheep ghost trick-or-treating in February? And it was so silly and so obvious that it was almost surprising to me that more kids don't try this. And by telling me, "See you tomorrow," he'd given me fair warning to make sure that I had a fresh stock of candy in. And I made sure to grab extra while I was at the store, actually. And it vaguely occurred to me that as a guy who lived alone in his mid-30s, giving candy to strange lone kids could probably end up being an issue. And I figured as long as the kid stuck to the porch in full view of the neighbors, and since everyone in the area knew each other, it would be fine to give the kid a little bit of candy for his little scam. And besides, my girlfriend stayed over some nights, and she was just away for the next while. But I didn't expect this scam to even last until she got back. I figured that there couldn't be any harm in actually entertaining it. But boy was I wrong. But in ways that I couldn't ever predict. Now that night at 9 p.m. on the dot, the doorbell rang and the little sheep ghost kid stood there. "Trick or treat, mister." And then he held up that pail and shook it. He had a decent haul already, it looked like, although nowhere close to what he'd have gotten on Halloween. I laughed, nodded my approval, and then dropped some candy into his bucket, and he thanked me and left with another, "See you tomorrow, mister." Now this ritual repeated itself for the next week, and by the time the following Friday came around and the doorbell went to ring at 9 p.m. sharp, I was starting to get a little frustrated actually. My girlfriend was set to come back into town the next day, and I had to actually get her from the airport, so I needed to be up at like 4 a.m. And I'd also somehow convinced myself that this kid's candy scam, no matter how sweet and endearing it actually was, would last exactly 7 days and be over by the time my girl got back. I hadn't mentioned the weird ghost kid to her in our calls, and now it felt kind of odd having to explain that a kid was trick-or-treating at our house almost every night in February. And yeah, it had been happening while you were away, and no, I didn't mention it because reasons, I guess. Really, I could have just explained exactly this, that I expected the kid to get bored before he did, but I was looking for reasons to be annoyed that night. Now, when I opened the door, the kid said his usual trick or treat and held up his bucket. And when he shook it, I saw that he had a whole bunch of candy this time. Now, I rolled my eyes and said something about how the scam was clearly paying off, buddy. And the kid made a sort of confused, huh? And against my better judgment, it caused me to snap a little. I told him that it had been cute and funny to start with, but that I'd give him a bunch of candy so he could at least respect my intelligence and acknowledge that it's an actual scam. And I told him that you don't trick-or-treat in February, and asked him to confirm that he knew it wasn't actually Halloween, right? And when I asked this question, the kid then lowered his bucket, and then lowered his head, like he was sad. And through his little ghost costume, I just heard him mutter that I wasn't supposed to ask that. Now, a little bit of a chill ran down my spine as I suddenly realized that this felt like I was in some type of r/no sleep story. And goddamn, if only it had been some kind of supernatural curse story, then maybe I wouldn't be dealing with the injuries that I have to this day. Instead, the kid looked back up at me through his little ghost costume and began laughing in a way that was clearly tormenting and cruel. And then I heard a creak from the porch on my right, and another much older kid stepped around the side of the house and said, "You don't ask that 'cause I said so." And then before I could react, this tall, wiry teenager started punching me with some kind of brass knuckle made out of a chain. And the blows were agony. I immediately fell to the ground and then took a flurry of these kicks. And the whole time, that obnoxious ghost child I could hear laughing with some type of glee. I'd been so blindsided by the attack that I hadn't even thought to yell or scream. And now I finally did, and the teen attacking me responded by stomping on my spine, kicking me in the ribs, and leaping off of the porch. I vaguely saw the little ghost kid climb onto the teenager's back like some type of piggyback ride, and then they run off into the darkness. And as quick as I could, I started to drag myself to my feet and called the cops. They got there surprisingly fast for where I was and eventually accompanied me to the local hospital so I could get checked out. I had a couple broken ribs, and my spine's never been quite right since that attack, I think. The cops said that it was the third similar report of kids doing this in the county, and when we checked with my immediate neighbors, none of them had actually been visited by the ghost kid or his violent older brother, and so it seemed like the whole thing had been targeted at my place. At first, I was completely baffled, because the kids didn't steal anything. The older one just beat me violently and then they both left, and the only thing they'd really gotten out of it was just a little bit of free candy. Now, I kept harassing the cops, saying maybe I was in danger, maybe the kids would come back, and eventually a detective did come to visit me and told me that he wasn't strictly supposed to let me know this, but he would if it would set my mind at ease. Basically, the working theory was that it was some kind of gang initiation. The teenager who beat on me would accompany the little kid until their target challenged them on the fact that it wasn't Halloween, and then there'd be an attack, and the attacker would be initiated into said gang. And from what the cops were working on, the attacker in each case had been a different guy, but the ghost kid, they thought that that was the same little kid each time. The detective told me on the download that they suspected that the ghost kid was the gang leader's own son and supposedly as much of a psycho as his old man. So this class act was getting his own little kid to lead gang initiations, and I'd just been an unknowing schlub who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Now, I never really heard any more about it or any more reports of this kind of gang initiation, so maybe they realized that it drew too much attention. I guess I've got to be thankful that they settled on something a little childish and not actually fatal, instead of the usual murder a guy and you're in kind of thing. On the other hand, it kind of sucks to think about kids being initiated into these gangs in the first place, even older teenagers. But when I think about that ghost kid laughing as I got pounded on and beaten, there's no doubt in my mind that this kid's mind was already long gone into the darkness, and I pity anyone who encounters him as he becomes an adult. When I was in 8th grade and with Halloween fast approaching, me and my middle school buddies brought up the subject of trick-or-treating. Now at age 12, we felt like we were right on the cutoff point for it because when we got to high school, doing stuff like dressing up seemed like it'd get us very little candy and a whole lot of bullying. And then as we were talking about it, it suddenly hit us that 2002 would be our last ever year of trick-or-treating. Now I'll save you all the boredom of a long poetic diatribe about growing pains and putting away childish things, but I mean it when I say that we were bummed out as hell. Yet that only motivated us to go all out with our costumes so we could truly make that last night of candy mining one to remember. I didn't have the hair to dress up as Aragorn or Legolas, so I put together a hobbit costume consisting of a brown jacket, shorts, and a green blanket that I turned into a cape. I also got my hands on a pair of novelty human feet slippers, which really tied the costume together and made it look like I had giant hairy hobbit feet. Now my buddy Chris dressed as Harry Potter, which was easily the best costume because he had all the Gryffindor merch to make it look legit. And then our two buddies Richie and Matt came as Spider-Man and Shrek respectively, with Matt painting his entire damned head with green face paint and even dyeing his hair green too. And he got a gold star for effort. But without the bald head or Shrek ears and being skinny as a rake, he just looked kind of hilarious. Now we all met at my house at around 5:30, and then after putting some finishing touches on our costumes, my mom grabbed her camera and snapped a picture for posterity. And that picture ended up being something that I deeply cherish, even all these years later. We look so young and happy, but there's a sort of naivety about us too, because little did we know, this was the very last time we'd all be in the same place at the same time. We just didn't know it yet. We headed out onto the streets at around 6 p.m., and while Halloween was always a big deal around our neighborhood, that year it felt extra special. Whole platoons of costumed kids were being led up and down the sidewalk by their chaperones, and almost every single lawn was trying to out-spooky its neighbors with increasingly extravagant decorations. And if our business was candy, then business was good. People were so impressed with our costumes that wherever we went, we get at least a handful of goodies or two, even if in one case it was just a bunch of sugar-free candy and a toothbrush from someone who must have surely been a dentist. But it made for an awesome night, and we covered almost the entire neighborhood in almost 2 hours. But even when we'd hit up probably every house we could, and we had enough candy to last us till Thanksgiving, we still didn't feel like calling it quits. We wandered the streets, admiring costumes and lawn decorations, and talking about all the cool horror movies our parents wouldn't let us see for at least another 3 or 4 years. And the feeling that we had that night is still something I appreciate about Halloween, even after all these years. But it's a holiday that comes with a lot of unhappy memories, and all because about what happened at around 8:30 to 8:45 that night. Since Matt and Richie lived out in the sticks, their parents were due to pick them up from my place at 9. So right around 8:30, Richie suggested that we make our way back so they wouldn't leave their rides waiting. Chris seemed kind of bummed out that we were calling it a night, but we were all bummed out because we knew what it meant. It was the last time that we'd all get to spend as kids together because in a year's time, we'd all be young adults, as they were calling it at the time. And things were changing. I felt it. We all felt it. And it sucked. I didn't give Chris's bad mood a second thought, though. Not till we reached the place that we usually parted ways, and he just kept on following us back to my place. I figured that he might have been trying to catch a ride with Matt or Richie, but when I asked him, Chris said that he wasn't planning on going home. And he says, there's gotta be some more houses that still have candy, and explained that he wanted to get his last piece of Halloween candy ever, like a kind of ceremonial thing to end our night. And I thought that was kind of cool, but then Chris asked if I'd head back out with him once Matt and Richie had gotten their rides home. And I was pretty beat, so I just wanted to chill, eat some candy, and see if there was anything scary on TV. Besides, we had school in the morning and I didn't want to stay up too late. Chris was always relaxed, a reasonable sort of kid. But on this occasion, he did not react well to me declining his offer. And he says, "Dude, are you for real? This is our last Halloween ever, and you're just gonna sit on your ass and watch TV?" I told him I was tired, and even Richie responds, "Yeah, dude, how much candy do you need?" But Chris insisted. He said it'd only take like 30 minutes more, but then it was my turn to insist, especially on the fact that people wouldn't appreciate us knocking on their doors after 9 o'clock. And we started off on an argument, but then Chris cut it short to say, "Fine, whatever. If you're gonna be an asshole, nothing I can do about it." And this was just really, really strange behavior for Chris. I saw it, Matt and Richie saw it too. And at the time, I figured that Chris just didn't want the night to end. But these days, I think it was a sign of what was to come, and we just couldn't see it yet. And as Chris marched off, I yelled after him, asking where he was headed, and he mentioned a street that we hadn't covered yet, maybe 15 minutes walk away. And then after Matt responds, "The hell's gotten into him?" We went inside to just revel in our candy hauls before Richie's parents showed up. Now, Matt's mom followed closely behind, and then after managing to catch a little of the original Halloween movie on TV, I just went upstairs and hit the hay. I thought about Chris, about him knocking on those doors alone. And first I thought that I might have missed a place, that maybe a couple of houses had been like, "Here, take the rest of this candy, I don't want my kids rotting their teeth." And I could see him the next morning in school saying something like, "Dude, you missed out big time." But the next day, I woke up to a text message Chris had just sent after midnight, and all it said was, "Hello, meat pliers." I'm thinking, what the hell? "Hello, meat pliers?" And I texted back saying, "Lol, what the hell does that mean?" And since we should have both been getting up for school around that time, I figured that it wouldn't be long before I got a reply. But Chris never texted back. I caught up with Matt and Richie over lunch and asked if either had spoken to Chris that morning, and neither of them had heard from him, so I just brought up the weird message. But Matt and Richie figured it was Chris's idea of some joke or something. And I had to wait until I was out of school to call him, and after getting a voicemail a few times, Chris's mom answered the phone to tell me that he was sick. And my first thought was something like, "Stupid idiot ate so much candy that he made himself sick." And I texted Richie and Matt to let them know. And we figured that we'd see him the coming Monday in school once his blood sugar had lowered from critical to just warning. But he didn't show up then either. I tried giving him another call, but his phone was off, and then when I tried Chris at home, his mom told me he was still sick and she'd get him to give me a call when he was able. Now, I might have been 12, but I wasn't completely stupid. I still believe Chris was sick in some way, but I also had the feeling that there was something his mom wasn't telling me, and there was more to it than just some illness. I brought up my suspicions with Matt and Richie at school, and by that point, they were also starting to think that something was going on. We hadn't heard from Chris all weekend, and we still hadn't spoke to him by Tuesday, so I figured that whatever was going on at home, it wasn't something that he wanted to talk about. And the best thing we could do was just give him his space and wait until the time came when he needed us, like really needed us to be his friend. And Wednesday was the only day that I didn't call or text Chris, only because of what Matt said about giving him some space, but it still sucked. I felt like I was losing a friend, so that next day, Thursday, I rode over to Chris's place on my bike and called his cell from outside where I could see his bedroom. I figured that it'd just be all like other times, that it'd either ring out or it'd be switched off. But for the first time in days, Chris actually picked up the phone. I waited for him to say hello or what do you want or something like that, but he didn't say a thing. He just sort of stayed quiet till I asked, "Chris? Are you there?" He still didn't say anything, but I could hear him breathing, and he did the same thing when I asked if he was okay. He didn't say a damned word, he just sort of listened to me, and then he hung up. In those first few moments after he hung up, I was kind of heartbroken. I didn't realize it at the time, but something much larger and much more sinister was going on. But in the moment, all I could think was that he just sort of didn't want to be friends with me anymore. I figured I'd screwed up one of my best childhood friendships because I wanted to eat candy and watch movies, and it had me feeling like a big bag of crap. I didn't know what else to do, so I just tried calling Chris again. But when I felt a lump forming in my throat, I hit call end because I didn't want to sound like some sissy while I was talking to him. But then right as I looked up at his window one last time, I saw the curtain start to kind of twitch. Someone took hold of one of the curtain, and then after peeling it back, I saw Chris looking out from the dark of his bedroom. Only he didn't actually look like Chris anymore. Even from down his driveway, I could see how pale and gaunt he looked, and it was like his first time seeing the world outside. He looked all around at first, like he was almost scanning for something, and then these big, blank eyes locked on me. I raised a hand, intending to wave it, but I remember stopping short and just sort of holding my hand up to see if he'd react, and he didn't. He just stared at me like he wasn't even blinking up there, and then he disappeared behind that curtain again. I remember just sitting there on my bike seat, sort of staring up at Chris's window in a kind of daze. In the space of just a couple of minutes, I went from being worried to heartbroken to just straight up scared. Whatever was happening to Chris, it was serious, and I could tell that much from the way he looked. And you can call it intrusive if you want, but I'd be damned if I didn't try and find out what it was. I tried everything I could think of. I tried calling him a bunch more, I tried talking to his mom, and I even got my own mom to call her, thinking that maybe she might tell another grown-up what was really going on. But all Chris's mom would say was some variation on, he's sick, he's getting bed rest, and he'll be out of school until he's well again. And at the time I thought that my mom might be in on it too, but by that I mean that Chris's mom had told her the truth and that she was hiding the truth from me for some reason. And I guess it was at an age when I was acutely aware that grown-ups didn't tell kids everything, and sometimes it was just a version of the truth and not the whole truth, if that makes sense. And so I got fixated on that till I asked my mom, and it wasn't until she actually got mad at me that I started to believe her. It was only then that I brought up Chris's hello meat pliers messages, how I was worried that he wasn't just sick and that something worse was happening. Mom gave Chris's family another call, and this was maybe a week after the first, so I figured that she might get an update of some kind. Well, she did get an update. And the update was that Chris and his family were leaving town. And when she told me, she said that there was a chance that Chris had stopped talking to us, as in me, Richie, and Matt, because he was upset about the move. She said that people handle stuff like that in weird ways sometimes, and that sometimes people choose to ignore their emotions instead of confronting them. I asked why Chris's mom would lie like that and say that he was sick, and she told me that parents protect their kids by any means necessary sometimes, and that a little white lie sometimes spares a whole lot of heartache. But it wasn't just a little white lie. I'd seen his face. So whatever was going on with Chris, I knew that it was serious. Mom said that I'd come to accept it as time moved on, but it didn't, and I never have. I think something happened to Chris that night that he went off trick-or-treating on his own, and I think it was so bad that he and his family either chose to leave town or just straight up had to. I tried looking him up on Facebook a while back, but he doesn't seem to have any kind of social media, and I figured enough time might have passed that he'd be willing to talk about it, but even if he is, I couldn't find him anywhere. Sometimes I think about that weird text message he sent too, and in my darkest moments, I think he wrote, "Hello, meat pliers," because he was using predictive text in a very terrified frenzy. And what he'd really meant to text was, "Help me, please." So I wanted to write to you today to finally share a story that happened to me when I was a little kid, back in the 1990s. It caused a big rift in my family at the time for reasons that you'll soon see, and it involved my single aunt, who was my dad's sister, and her daughter Serena, my cousin. My parents weren't married when they had me, and for a long time they said they didn't need some official piece of paper to show their commitment to one another. Well, eventually I guess they did in fact need some official piece of paper, for some reason or another, so they decided that if they were going to get married, they'd do it properly. I was a little bridesmaid to my own mom, and it was a little girl's dream. The whole day felt like some magic fairy tale. The only part of the memory that I have that feels more like a nightmare is remembering my cousin Serena lurking on the outskirts of the wedding, dressed in black and sort of scowling at me. I remember her whispering to me that it physically hurt her to be inside the church for the service, and then later at the reception, telling me that she was never going to get married, and people who got married were lame, and she'd never commit to one person except for her one true lord, Satan. Serena was a 15-year-old emo teen. I was a 6-year-old princess wannabe, and so I believed every word my older and therefore obviously smarter cousin told me. Also, Mom and Dad had told me that I had to become friends with Serena because I was going to be staying with her and Auntie June while they went on their honeymoon, so it was like Serena would be my sister for a while. Serena had been there when they said this, and she acted very excited and happy about it, and didn't mention Satan or how being in church hurt her soul, or any of the insanity that was to follow. Her dressing in black was a bit of an eccentricity, my dad said, a word that I didn't know at the time but I kinda liked. And he said that Auntie June had been like that when she was a kid too, and now Auntie June was the nicest, sweetest person we knew, wasn't she? I agreed. Auntie June was lovely and nice and sweet, and I remembered Serena being nice and sweet too, and she hadn't worn black or even scowled the other times that I'd met her. And this was a recent thing. At the wedding, I asked her if it had always burned her soul to go inside a church, like she was claiming, and she said yes. But I knew that she had been at my baptism when I was a baby, and I never heard about her getting burned then. She told me that the only reason she didn't catch fire at the wedding is because she'd performed sacred rites to protect her soul from God. I didn't really understand any of this at the time, but I knew that I'd been taught that God was good and loving, so I was very confused why Serena would be scared of him. I think even at 6, I knew she was lying to some degree and maybe just sort of play acting. I definitely didn't take it seriously or think it was scary, or even think much of it at all, though. I thought she was cool, and I was excited to spend the next nearly 3 weeks with her and Auntie June in their house on Millbrook Road, where Auntie June and Serena promised me they'd made me an exciting bedroom that would be mine for the whole time that I was there. I'd previously been told that I was going to share with Serena, so I was a little bit disappointed that I'd have my own room instead, but when I mentioned this to Mom and Dad, Mom just said that Auntie June had told them it would be for the best if I had the guest room. The first couple of days with my aunt and cousin were just normal, fun days. I either spent time being fussed over by Auntie June or Serena when Auntie June had to go out to work. It was summer vacation, but not for Auntie June, obviously. And June sometimes worked in the evenings, and then Serena would have to babysit me, sorta. June said that she'd try to switch to as many day shifts as possible, but there would be some nights when she wasn't there. It was on the 3rd day staying there that I had my first overnight with Serena, and that's when she dimmed the living room lights and told me to scooch in close and listen real good, because she had to tell me something important. I listened, excited to hear what she was going to say, and she told me their house was haunted. Now, I assumed this was some kind of game because Mom and Dad had told me many times that ghosts weren't real, so I played along and acted shocked. Serena didn't seem to think that I was taking it very seriously, though, so she tried to stress how scary and dangerous it was. When I kept giggling and talking about ghosts that I'd seen in cartoons, she switched it up, telling me that ghosts were working for demons, and of course demons came from hell, so I had to take these seriously, otherwise Satan would claim my soul. I reminded her that she told me that she'd pledged her soul to Satan at the wedding, and she called me a smartass. And then she got all very serious and told me that I had to really believe her now. She said that she'd pledged her soul to Satan in order to save me, because someone, she didn't know who, was planning to sacrifice me to the demons. And eventually this started to upset me a little bit, and I guess Serena got the reaction she wanted, because the more upset I got, the more she continued. I don't remember the exact details, but she started telling me some very dark horror movie things, how the demons were going to take me down to hell and slowly peel my skin off, eat my soul, and it would be because someone had sold my soul to Satan. Serena said that she pledged her own soul to Satan to protect me, and that's why she avoided churches and why she dressed in black. And then she showed me a pentagram that she'd drawn on her arm in Sharpie and told me it was the Dark Lord's mark. It was all very silly, but you know when you're a little kid and an older kid is trying to upset you, so it does, even though you don't really believe them or care. I think that's what happened, at first anyway. And then Serena said it was really important that we work out who had sold my soul to Satan, because the only way we could have both of our souls would be to break their pact. That night, Serena let me stay up too late, so I was overly tired anyway. I remember I had nightmares and kept waking up afraid of bumps in the night and ghosts in the house. I was a really rational, grounded child, but even I was starting to wonder if there was something to Serena's story. After all, why would she be lying about this? Over the next few days, I spent a lot of time with Auntie June. Serena wasn't around much, and when she was, her and Auntie June kept having arguments that escalated into screaming. And whenever these would begin, June would send me into the other room to watch TV or ask me to do some chore in the garden, but I heard enough to hear Serena accusing June of being wicked, evil, and controlling. And the next time Serena babysat for me during one of June's night shifts, she told me that her mother was an evil woman who mistreated her, and that she thought that it was her who'd sold my soul to Satan. Now, I found this very hard to believe because June was lovely and very kind to me, and she could be pretty scary when she was arguing with Serena. That was true. I told Serena my skepticism, while also trying not to offend her, and she looked upset and said that she understood because Satan's minions are very convincing. It still confused me that Serena had claimed to be Satan's minion at the wedding, but I guess I was too young to maybe start triple guessing theories about who was behind what demonic pact, especially when I didn't really believe in any of it other than that people were mad at each other and wanted me to be scared about something. And just over a week had passed when Serena babysat me again, and this time she told me that she had definitive proof that Auntie June had been the one to sell my soul to Satan. In the last few days, I'd spent a lot of time with June out of the house, and she'd even taken me to the store the day before and bought me a new toy, so I was pretty convinced that she hadn't sold my soul to Satan. I also hadn't seen any evidence of the ghosts or demons that apparently infested the house, according to Serena. But again, she explained that this was because she'd signed her own pact with Satan to protect us. I had overheard June and Serena arguing about me, though. Serena had accused her of giving me a lot of attention and trying to get her claws into me, which did sound scary, admittedly. It was very hard to know who to believe when, in my eyes, they were both adults. Obviously, now I know that I should have just told June what was going on right away, but hey, I was a kid. And so that night, Serena took us into Auntie June's bedroom, which is where we weren't supposed to go. It was always locked, but Serena knew a way to pick the lock using magic, she said. Although when she told me to look away so my soul wouldn't be corrupted, I saw her slip a key out of her pocket. Inside, she showed me the evidence. June had horror novels on her bookshelf, and on a board in her room there was an old Polaroid photo of Auntie June dressed as a witch, standing next to a devil who looked suspiciously like my dad in a Halloween costume. Serena insisted this was real, photographic evidence of her mother at an old coven meeting where she'd committed herself to Satan, though. And I was less impressed by the horror novels. Some of the covers were genuinely very scary to me, and I didn't understand how someone like Auntie June would want or allow things like that in the house. I'm really not quite sure why this was the deciding piece of evidence for me that began to sway me, but it was. I've been so rational and sensible up till then, but seeing all that terrifying imagery sitting on June's bookshelf, somehow Serena was able to persuade me that it did in fact prove there was a evil side to Auntie June. I still didn't believe any of the Satan nonsense, or about the pacts, or selling my soul, or anything like that. I think Serena knew that, though, because she changed the angle of her story a bit, and now it was more about stopping Auntie June from doing bad things to us in general, and that she was secretly a wicked, abusive woman, and that we had to help her purify her soul. We left the bedroom, and Serena locked it up behind her, again making me look away to save my soul while she did the magic. And then she took me into my bedroom. We never went into Serena's bedroom either. She said that it was because that's where the ghosts congregated, and it would scare me to see all the things that she had to surround herself with due to her selfless pact with Satan. Serena told me to sit on the bed and wait while she went to her room and got something. And while she was gone, I heard some bangs and crashes in the hallway that I think were supposed to sound like ghosts, but were clearly just Serena. And then eventually she returned and had a small baggie with 3 berries in it. She held them up and looked me very seriously in the face and told me that these were holy berries, blessed by God, and that we needed to make sure Auntie June ingested them. But because I always did the cooking with her lately, I had to slip them into her food somehow. Serena made me promise that I would. She'd made me swear on my life and the lives of my mother and father. I kept my toes crossed and swore. And now, like I said, I wasn't a stupid kid. I knew that whatever Serena was asking me to do here wasn't a great idea. I also knew that berries could be dangerous. The part that I couldn't really get my head around is why Serena would want me, her cousin, who she was supposed to love, to harm her mother, who she was supposed to love. It didn't really compute to me that they could be really dangerous, and that's why I didn't take things as seriously as I should have. Also, I was like 6, remember? I wish I could say, in Serena's defense here, that I really can't be sure that she intended for me to go ahead with it. I want to remember there being some hesitance, that she was unsure, or maybe told me to just do it if I was able to, etc. But I can't. She was very strongly adamant that I do it. Like I said, she made me swear. She told me specifically to put them into the fruit salad that Auntie June made, which only she ate because there would be blueberries in there. But she also told me that if anything happened, she wouldn't tell me what, she just said that I'd know, then I had to say that it was me who gave Auntie June the berries, otherwise it would undo the breaking of the pact. So Serena had very clearly set me up to get in trouble and then coached me into taking the blame. The problem was simply that I didn't know how serious it all was. What I did was wait until late that night when everyone had gone to bed, and then I went to use the bathroom and took the baggie with me. And my plan was to simply flush them away and then tell Serena that I'd done what she asked, and nobody would be any the wiser. And I even thought that I was really smart because I'd thought ahead, and knew that if I just dropped the berries down the toilet, they might not flush away. So I crushed them in my hand and wiped the mulch off and flushed that away. And I even tasted a little taste of the juice on my tongue, just in case they had actually been blueberries all along. And they were not. And then I made sure I scrubbed my hands very clean of any evidence of the purple staining and went to bed. And the next thing I clearly remember is waking up in a hospital with these terrible stomach pains and barely being able to breathe. And then I remember drifting in and out of consciousness, and doctors and nurses in a panic, and at one point Auntie June pacing back and forth asking me if I'd eaten anything I shouldn't have. And at this point, I was just about coherent enough to tell her the story about Serena and the berries, even though I felt awful telling on my cousin. I told her I hadn't eaten them though, and just crushed it and licked it a little bit, so I didn't think that's why I was so sick. Again, memories continue to be vague here, but I remember Auntie June and Serena screaming at each other in the hospital, and then another voice yelling at both of them. I remember having to drink some disgusting black liquid and everyone acting a little relieved, even though I didn't feel like I was getting any better at all. I spent a couple of days very sad and scared and struggling in that hospital until my parents came back early from their honeymoon, and I'd never been more relieved to see them. So yeah, my cousin Serena tried to get me to poison my aunt with deadly nightshade, and because I was too sensible and serious a kid to let her convince me to do it, but too naive to believe that it could be anything too dangerous, I ended up giving myself some very minor deadly nightshade poisoning. It could have been a hell of a lot worse. I could have ended myself, or worse, I could have ended up killing my aunt, and I'm not sure that I would have ever been able to forgive myself for that. No matter how much people tell me that it wouldn't have been my fault, I'm not sure that I would have been able to accept that as true. One thing that was true, though, was that Serena had tried to convince me to poison her mother, and her actions had led me to getting mildly poisoned instead. So of course, everyone wanted to know why and what the hell had happened. I didn't really follow or understand what was going on at the time, being so young. I just recovered in the hospital and was told that I wouldn't be seeing Serena or Auntie June again. Later this changed, but that's what Dad told me. Pretty angry at the time, and I think a part of me had become scared of Auntie June after all the things Serena had told me in the horror novels on her bookshelf, because I just remember being glad that I wouldn't have to deal with any of that again while I was focused on just getting better. And here's how everything eventually played out, though. It turned out that Auntie June had been severely struggling with Serena for about a year. Out of the blue, she'd gone from a well-behaved and kind girl into a monster. June was barely coping with her, but didn't want to admit it to anyone in case they judged her. She knew that Serena had always genuinely cared about her little cousin, so she thought that me going to stay there during my parents' honeymoon might heal the rift between them, and instead, it made things worse. My dad was extremely angry at his sister for withholding how serious Serena's behavior had become. Apparently, Serena had used physical violence against June shortly before my stay, and all Dad could focus on was the fact that I'd been endangered. It didn't take long to realize he was being harsh on Auntie June. Serena wasn't just a troubled teen, it turned out. She was eventually diagnosed with a handful of serious mental illnesses and underwent prolonged psychiatric inpatient treatment. At one point early on, Dad was adamant that they pushed for an attempted murder charge against Serena, especially because she seemed extremely unrepentant at the time, and when it was discovered how mentally sick and suffering she was, that was soon dropped. Eventually, the rifts mended. Life was very hard for Serena, but she eventually overcame her demons. I actually joke about this and leads a somewhat normal, if unconventional life. We are very close friends, and she knows that I'm sharing the story. We have a kind of attitude about it where we'll both get a kick out of it if it somehow manages to appear on an actual Let's Read video, so hopefully that proves that despite it being an completely terrifying, horrific experience for everyone involved, it did at least have a happy ending. One of the most significant events of my whole childhood happened on Halloween. So a few friends and I were out trick-or-treating, and we actually went pretty much to every neighborhood within walking distance. And then on the way back, we found ourselves wandering past a place of almost legendary status. And for as long as we'd been aware, there was this old house in the neighborhood over from us. One close to the other homes, but also disconnected by large, overgrown front yards and a fairly long driveway, too. Now, we never saw anyone home, and we never saw any cars in the front yard, and we never saw anyone either coming or going. We were pretty sure it was abandoned in some capacity, that someone owned it but never visited. But what we were 100% certain of is that the place was haunted. If you saw the place at 13, you'd probably think it was haunted too. Heck, see the place at 30 and you probably still think that that place has a resident ghost or two. It looked like a haunted house, all old and gothic and stuff, like the kind of place the Addams family would live. And so naturally, a bunch of over-imaginative 13-year-olds were convinced there were long-dead spirits wandering the halls. And as we walked past, we all went a little quiet, just kind of checking the place out before our buddy Charlie slowed down to a stop. And this big grin came over his face, I remember. And then he says, "How much candy are you going to give me if I knock on that door?" Now we're all thinking, dude, there's no way you're about to knock on that door. But Charlie bet his entire bag of candy that he would, and suddenly none of us would take his bet because he was clearly very serious about ding-dong ditching this haunted house. Now, I still had my doubts, and when I bet him a handful of candy he wouldn't do it, our two other friends did the same. And then once the bets were in, off goes Charlie, bold as brass down that driveway. We carried on watching him walk up the driveway, pretty skeptical and doubtful, and then when he got to the door, Charlie looked back at us. He was trying to be brave and not show any fear, but even from all the way down the driveway, we could see how nervous he was. Now, I remember hearing, "I told you wouldn't do it." But then I guess Charlie did too, because right after it got said, Charlie raises his fist and knocks on that door. And one of us actually gasped, I remember. And I remember not giving a crap about candy at that point because Charlie just hammered on the door of some haunted house. And we all watched in silence as he backed away from the door, turning his body as if he was about to run. But not only did the door not open, but nothing moved and nothing stirred. The house stayed dark and incredibly quiet, and the longer it did, the more Charlie's confidence started to build. He stopped, and instead of walking back down the driveway towards us, he walked right back to the front door of the house and knocked for a second time. He did even louder that time and with a kind of playful rhythm too. Do-do, do-do, do-do-do. And we're laughing among ourselves by that point, mainly at just how brazen Charlie was being. And then once he heard and saw us laughing, that only spurred him on more. And when he knocked a third time and started yelling out, "Hello? Anyone home?" We thought it was hilarious as kids. I guess it was all that tension being relieved, realizing that our fears about that place had been completely unfounded. Charlie started yelling about how if a ghost didn't appear to give him a treat, he was about to give them a trick they'd regret. Then he yelled that he was going to come back with holy water and sprinkle it all over the place so the ghost couldn't live there anymore. And we were just laughing our butts off by the time he got to that part, and one of us says, "All right, brother, you won. Come get your candy, let's get going." But Charlie wasn't done. He then started dancing on the porch, singing the Ghostbusters theme like, "I ain't afraid of no ghosts." And then we were about falling over laughing. And then just as I looked up, sides hurting from laughing so hard, I saw the door behind Charlie suddenly open. And all three of us stopped laughing as Charlie spun around, just in time for the shadowy figure to come lunging towards us and snatch him up. Charlie screamed, but it was no good. This person dragged him back into the house before slamming the door closed. And then there was silence again. The moment that door slammed, the three of us went running down the driveway while yelling Charlie's name. I guess it was pure instinct, something propelling us to try and help our friend. But that front door was closed and locked, and since busting into the house some other way seemed insane, we knew the only best thing to do was to go get help. As I said, the house was like this oddity in the neighborhood. Part of it, but not part of it. So there were a couple of houses nearby we could run to. And we ran to the door of one, just banging on it until some angry-looking adult opened it up, and then we all started yelling together in this chaotic explosion of begging and pleading. And I guess all the guy needed to see were the looks on our faces to know that we weren't just a bunch of trick-or-treaters anymore. I remember he ran inside, called the cops, told us to all shut up, and then asked one of us to explain in a few words what had just happened before he relayed all that information to the cops. We were still freaking out, begging them to hurry, but the guy kept telling us to shut up so he could hear the dispatcher. And we then waited in the guy's front yard with him until we heard the sirens, and then we ran over to the haunted house and to where the cops pulled up and then begged them to go help Charlie. The cops ran up to the driveway, told us to stay back, and then banged on the door while we watched. I remember my buddy saying, "Kick the door open, he's in there, kick the door open." But obviously the cops wouldn't do that right away. We thought we were going to have to wait minutes, and those were minutes that we didn't think Charlie had, so we started freaking out all over again, thinking no one was taking us seriously. We all joined in, yelling at the cops to get in there and rescue our friend, but all they did was banging on the door again, saying, "Police, open up." It was agonizing, thinking Charlie was going through God knows what, and the cops are just knocking on the door like they're collecting for goodwill. But then right after they'd knocked that last time, the door swung open again, and out stepped a man with Charlie at his side. We weren't close enough to hear what was said to the cops, but we could see Charlie just standing there, either nodding or shaking his head every time the cops directed a question to him. And that just kept going on for a minute or two as we stayed quiet, expecting the guy to get arrested at any moment. But he didn't. The cops didn't even touch their cuffs, and then another minute or two of talking, the guy walked back inside, what was by then a well-lit hallway, and shut the door again. The cops walked Charlie up the driveway towards us, and we were still in this sort of stunned silence, not able to comprehend how that grabber hadn't been arrested. But then as they got close, one of the cops was saying something like, "Lucky that gentleman was home to help your friend out. Things could have been much worse." And we're thinking, what the hell are you talking about? And started explaining Charles had been grabbed and pulled in. But then the cops basically told us not to make up tales like that, and they knew that we were trying to do some sort of prank on that place because that person wouldn't give us any candy. Now, we didn't know what he was talking about at first, but when it clicked that that grabber had tricked them somehow, one of my friends got incredibly mad, saying, That's not what happened." And he tried explaining the whole thing to the cops, like from start to finish. But then Charlie turned to him and said, "Dude, we shouldn't make up stuff like that. It's not cool." And we were stunned for what seemed like the 12th time that night. And I mean like completely stunned into silence, so all we did was just sort of stare at Charlie, thinking, what the hell's gotten into you? And the cops told us it was time to go home, and that they saw us out on the street again, causing trouble, they'd drive us all home personally with some very stern words for our parents. And this was the last thing we wanted, so we did as they said and just started walking back home. But you can bet that we asked Charlie what the hell happened in that house that made him act so suddenly weird. He told us it was dark at first, and that the guy was hurting him, bad too. The guy made Charlie tell him his name, where his family lived, where he went to school. He promised each time the pain would stop if he just told the truth, but he'd just follow up with another question while squeezing his fingers in a way that Charlie said was painful beyond all belief. The guy made Charlie tell him almost everything personal about him, and then he said if he ever showed his face around or he talked about what he'd seen inside that house, he'd burn Charlie's home down at night with his family asleep in their beds. We wanted to know why he didn't just tell the cops all that, because the guy wouldn't so much as be able to burn a piece of toast if he was in jail. But Charlie said they had people everywhere. At least that's what he's been told, and he didn't want to risk that being true. And we then asked what he'd seen, as in like the thing in the house the guy didn't want him talking about. But Charlie got mad at the very suggestion that he'd tell us and said that he'd never breathe a word of what he saw for as long as he lived. But that wasn't completely true, because a couple of years later, what happened that night came up in conversation. Even years later, Charlie didn't want to risk revealing what he'd seen, so he never told much in the way of detail. But all he said was that it was bad, really bad. And even at that young age of 13, he understood why the guy said that he'd kill him if he spoke about what was in there. And he said that that was what made him believe that something might actually happen if he talked, because it was obvious that they weren't normal, and that they weren't good either. Sometimes me and my friends would talk about it, the ones that were there that night, and we didn't say anything to anyone else, but sometimes we'd talk about it among ourselves when Charlie wasn't around. And sometimes we wondered if he was making it out to be more than it was. But Charlie wasn't the type. His story also stayed completely consistent, and for many, many years too. And he also refused to go anywhere near that part of the neighborhood again, and if he'd made it all up, I don't think he'd have been that scared for that long. We ended up going to different colleges later, and we ended up losing touch over time. I learned to know better than to ask what he saw inside that house, but that doesn't mean I don't wonder, and to this day, I think about whatever it was he saw, and it was so terrible that it actually scared him into keeping it secret. A lot of people have stories about that one kid from their school days who was just the freaking worst. My story goes places. The kid in question wasn't who was scary. He wanted to be scary. He wanted to be really intimidating, and he wanted the rest of us to be scared of him. He was new to school and a proper short-arse little guy, alone on a new place in the middle of year 7, so I can see why he decided to front, and he was such an oddball. So this kid was new at our school, and he had an attitude that stank, and he decided he wasn't going to fit in. He wasn't going to try and be anybody's friend. Instead, he wanted us to fear him, so he picked someone to emulate that he thought we'd find badass and scary. Unfortunately, that person was Fred Durst. Now let me set the scene. I was just an average year 7 girl doing average things, watching all of this play out. Durst was this short, puny little year 7 who was short for even our 11/12-year-old ages. He had a baby face and blonde hair, and he'd storm around the school doing the Nookie walk from the Limp Bizkit video, literally acting like Fred Durst, just scowling at people and saying the F word if you got too close. The teachers said that he had behavioral issues, but as you can probably guess, as little kids, we found Durst hilarious. And yes, he did insist that everyone call him Durst. Limp Bizkit is kind of hard to explain to anyone who wasn't a kid during that era. They were a really weird band in that they were pretty universally regarded as terrible. All their early albums received mid to terrible reviews, and they were voted worst band of 2000 by some magazine, I remember. Even among the metalheads, the new metalheads, the Korn and Slipknot fans, Limp Bizkit was not particularly considered cool or good. This also took place in 2004, so their 4th album had just come out, the one with Behind Blue Eyes on it. But Durst only had their 2nd album, Significant Other, and then later Chocolate Starfish and the Hot Dog Flavored Water, which is a key plot point in the story. Now basically, if you weren't a tween in 2004, let me try and explain. The kid was obsessed with a rebel band and tried to use them as a source of fear and coolness, 3 years after they'd stopped being particularly musically relevant. And many of us believe this would last forever and that they'd never have a revival. Well, Fred Durst and buddies have proven us all wrong in 2024 and 25 with a Limp Bizkit renaissance. Does our friend Durst get a similar revival? Well, you'll find out. So this little kid would strut through the corridors of our secondary school, snarling and scowling at people, wearing a red baseball cap that no teacher could get him to take off for love nor money. He prided himself on singing along to Limp Bizkit's 2nd album, Significant Other, which he played through a battery-powered portable CD player with terrible, tiny coax speakers attached in the headphone port. And no matter how many times the teachers tried to confiscate Durst's CD player or ban him from listening to Limp Bizkit, he somehow managed to steal it back within a day and would have returned to blasting Significant Other through the corridors, hallways, and classrooms of our secondary school. I think the teachers would have taken him more seriously if the rest of us hadn't constantly mocked and made fun of him. And eventually Durst didn't care that we weren't afraid of him. He went from trying to be hard to trying to be the class clown. Any attention was good attention to him, and we would constantly goad him and bait him into making himself look like an idiot, and for his part, he was getting easy and free attention like he wanted. I know for a fact that Durst wasn't some mentally ill kid or anything. He didn't come from a troubled home, and he was just a little asshole back then. I don't know if it's still the case in British secondary schools these days, but back in my day when I was in school, doing music class was compulsory for the first couple of years of secondary school. We didn't really learn much. It was kind of an unstructured class. Sometimes we'd play around on instruments, other times we'd all have to sing, and then sometimes we'd be taught vague musical history lessons, or vague attempts to teach us what musical score was. Music class was basically a free muckabout session, and we all loved it, not least because of our teacher, Mrs. Beaton. She was a proper sweet old granny type, clearly still working as a music teacher because she enjoyed it. And I went to a fairly rural school, and I think that if she taught in a bigger city school, Mrs. Beaton would have been forced into retirement many years before. But my school was kind of small, kind of underfunded, and didn't exactly have a wealth of music teachers queuing up at its door. Mrs. Beaton never lost her temper, ever, and she was maybe the only teacher who really, genuinely tried with Durst. I guess because his bizarre Limp Bizkit fascination was music-related, and she thought maybe she could reach him by trying to be nice to him and encourage him to listen to other music. This didn't work, of course. Durst would just turn up Significant Other, usually Nookie or Break Stuff, and I swear that thanks to Durst, I'd hear those two songs more than any other music during 2004. Let me just reiterate. This album came out in 1999. Limp Bizkit had 4 albums out by 2004. Durst just only owned this one, at least for most of the story. So Mrs. Beaton tried really hard to be nice to Durst, and he was rude as hell to her, and she never once got angry at him or raised her voice or anything. Oh, there's one thing that I haven't mentioned about Durst's copy of Significant Other yet. It was the censored version, so all the swear words were just muted out hilariously, and his parents wouldn't allow him to own the uncensored version back in the day in case it was a bad influence. And I first met them back at Parents' Evening of that year. They were at the table next to mine, and I heard them describing their son as spirited and enthusiastic to a teacher, who was explaining to them that no, he was incredibly disruptive and badly behaved. They seemed actively shocked at this, which was the first time I discovered that his whole Durst act was mostly only at school. And this was before the Mrs. Beaton incident. So back to that, every time he'd disrespect Mrs. Beaton, the rest of the class would get particularly mad at Durst. We started calling him Durst the Worst, which I think is a nickname Fred himself probably heard often. But despite us trying to use it as an insult, Durst loved being called Durst the Worst. And because we were stupid kids, we didn't realize that we were only encouraging him and rewarding his attention-seeking behavior. So a typical music lesson would kind of go something like this. Mrs. Beaton would say, "Hello, class. Something, something, dance macabre, something, something, teacher voice, Oasis and Blur, something, something." And then she'd sigh and add something about Limp Bizkit. She tried her very best to incorporate Limp Bizkit into her music theory lessons, knowing that Durst would just bring them up anyway. Then Durst would hear Limp Bizkit and take it as a sign to yell, "I did it all for the Nookie. Come on, the Nookie." Or, "I'ma grab a chainsaw," or something similar. And then we'd all yell at him to shut up, Durst the Worst, and then he'd rap back at us in a bad approximation of Fred Durst, and then eventually we were all disrupting the lesson, not just Durst, so Mrs. Beaton would clap her hands together politely and ask for gentle, calm, quiet. And that was her catchphrase. And of course, none of us wanted to upset Mrs. Beaton, our beloved teacher, so we'd all calm down then. Durst generally kept the swearing to corridor moments because it was the only thing the teachers couldn't just let fly, I guess. So in other classes, his disruptive behavior usually involved the lines I quoted above, or he'd self-censor to avoid getting into too much trouble. Not the case in Mrs. Beaton's class, though. He knew lovely old Mrs. Beaton would never actually punish him, so he used this opportunity to say the full range of F-bombs and B-words that you would hear in their music. And you could see that it genuinely bothered Mrs. Beaton every time he did so. Like whenever he said the F word, she'd twitch a little and tell him it was harmful to use language like that. As some example of how powerfully sweet Mrs. Beaton was, Durst even listened occasionally, and he would usually stop swearing once he saw that he offended her too much. The main event happened on the day we came back from half-term break. It was the final half-term of Year 7, which means Durst had been at the school for around 6 months. He joined after the Christmas holidays, hence why he was the insecure new kid acting like a weirdo. It felt like he'd been the main character of our entire school forever, though, even though this must have just been because he was in my class. Looking back, it was obvious that the situation couldn't go on forever, and that something would have to be done about Durst eventually to stop him disrupting our entire school lives. And I sometimes wonder what things would have been like if the Mrs. Beaton incident hadn't happened. Maybe Durst would have moved on to Lincoln Park or called himself Shinoda and become a very different person. And that day back after the summer half-term, though, he was still Durst, but there was something different about him. We all recognized it right away because he'd been spinning Significant Other every single day for 6 months. But I particularly recognized it because my older sister had other Limp Bizkit albums, so I'd heard it before when it came out in 2001 or whenever it was. And the thing I'm talking about is Limp Bizkit's third album, Chocolate Starfish and the Hot Dog Flavored Water. Durst had the CD. He was listening to it, jamming to Rollin', Air Raid Vehicle, in fact, a smug and excited look on his face as if it was a brand new album and this was his first time hearing it. Turns out that it actually was the case. He'd literally been gifted it for the first time on the way to school that day. In amongst his usual snarls and spinning his red cap on his finger, Durst would point to his CD player during form room and say things like, "New album," and "Good, huh?" to anyone who came close. Of course, we all psyched him up, asking him about it and asking him which his favorite tracks were and things. And it was clear he loved Rollin' and Take a Look Around, which to be fair was a banger because those were the two songs he kept playing over and over and singing along to the latter in particular. When he was listening to Rollin' for the 5th time though, I noticed something. Not only did Durst have a second Limp Bizkit album now, it was also the uncensored version. Yup. Fred let loose with a full barrage of cuss words on this album, and for anyone who knows the Chocolate Starfish album, you can probably understand why this is significant and where it's going. If you don't, well, then stay tuned. Because music was our last lesson of the day, and for most of the day we saw Durst strutting through corridors or in some of our classes, rapping along to Rollin', snarling at Year 11s, and doing some kind of new dance to this day that I don't think Fred Durst ever did. And I'm pretty sure it was from that one Bloodhound Gang song, but for whatever reason, Durst did that dance along to Rollin'. I'd been listening curiously all day, wondering if Durst would dare to play the title track of the album in front of the teachers. I remember my sister playing it to me when I was in primary school and telling me that I had to promise not to tell Mom and Dad that she'd let me hear it. And we both found it hilariously, stupidly funny sitting in her room listening to Fred Durst screaming those lyrics, which if you don't know them, well, again, stay tuned. And Kid Durst did not play Hot Dog in front of the teachers or at all. He just listened to the middle few tracks of the album over and over again, creating his usual mini tornado of musical chaos as he Durst walked through the halls. As usual, everyone laughed at the weird little Limp Bizkit kid doing his weird little Limp Bizkit routine. And as usual, Durst thought that he was intimidating as all frick and the coolest kid on campus. And when we all showed up for music class, things were suspiciously quiet and calm. And that's because Durst was late to class. Mrs. Beaton took the register and asked if Durst was out today. One of us said no, he was in school, but she just shrugged and began the lesson, which today was going to involve listening to some classical music and talking about Tchaikovsky. I don't remember if that really is what it was, but something like that probably. And Mrs. Beaton gave me some preamble and then sat down at her desk and put her hand on the CD player. It was like Durst timed his arrival for that moment. In my memory, looking back, I would swear that I could hear the faint sounds of the intro track, Who's in the House? Limp Bizkit is in the house, drifting in from the corridor as Durst made his way to class. And then as track 1 became track 2, he slammed the door open, stepped in, and slammed it shut behind him. Then with a bow and a flourish, Durst interrupted our music class with a memorized, word-perfect sing-along to Limp Bizkit's titular track, Hot Dog. I won't quote the whole song, obviously. I can't quote the whole song on YouTube, but I remember once hearing that Hot Dog held the world record for the most number of F-bombs used in a song, at least for a while. It is also a direct parody of the Nine Inch Nails song Closer, and quotes that song, as well as Perfect Drug and other Nine Inch Nail classics in the chorus. But here are some highlights of the 2-minute 10-second performance we got from Durst in music class that day, and from the sweet, beloved OAP music teacher Mrs. Beaton. Get the F up. It's an effed up world and an effed up place, everybody's judged by their effed up face. And then about 10 similar lines and something about DJ Lethal. Ain't it a shame that you can't say the F and the F word blah 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 blah. Obviously, I don't remember the song from memory. I had to look up the lyrics, but it's burned into my mind watching Durst caper and leap about the class, his crappy speakers hanging around his neck, doing a dance that wasn't even from Limp Bizkit. It's burned into my mind how we all cheered him on and got raucous every time he said the F word, which is a lot in this song. And it's burned into my mind how none of us dared to even look at Mrs. Beaton the entire time because surely even she would be furious at Durst for this insanity. and Durst finished with a flourish of, "Just know that nothing you do can bring you closer to me." And the class fell silent, and that's when we all knew, Durst included, that this had gone too far this time, that the whole class should probably be ashamed. I turned to look at Mrs. Beaton to see what the teacher's reaction to Durst's disruption and constant use of the F-bomb was. She was sitting at her desk, staring ahead, breathing heavily. Durst just sort of stood there, looking defeated and pathetic. It was the most normal human behavior I'd ever seen from him. He even took his cap off and muttered, "Sorry, miss," and went to sit down. Mrs. Beaton was still staring ahead, breathing heavily. She didn't even look at Durst as he went and sat down, and looking a bit sheepish. And that's when I realized that she wasn't looking at any of us. She was staring off into space, like the top left corner of the classroom, so staring at nothing basically. One of the other students quietly said, "Miss?" to try and get Mrs. Beaton to react. She slowly stood up, and as she did, so I could tell even then something was deeply wrong, she swayed on her feet, her breathing still heavily, and we still thought that it was just anger and outrage at Durst. Mrs. Beaton took a few unsteady steps out from behind her desk and into the center of the classroom. The desks had been arranged in a sort of U shape around the teacher's desk, so there was a central space where we'd congregate if we played the instruments. Right now it was empty, and this is where Mrs. Beaton walked. The whole time she was staring into space. Then she reached up with her right hand and gripped her chest, suddenly and viscerally. Then she sort of shook a few times on the spot, let out a strangled cry, and dropped to the ground, a dead weight. Literally, I'd discover later. Mrs. Beaton had suffered a massive, devastating heart attack and a brain aneurysm. And to those of us who saw it happen, we'd swear it occurred as a result of sudden trauma. It felt like Durst had shocked dear, sweet Miss Burton into having a heart attack with his performance of that song. Of course, we didn't know it was a heart attack at the time, or even that she was dead. First, there was panic and some kids running to get another teacher, and breathless explanations of how Durst had burst into class and performed a song, resulting in Mrs. Beaton dropping to the ground. And then there was more chaos and paramedics and teachers crying and guiding students out of the classroom carefully. And then finally, all of us kids were saying one thing to each other under our breaths: Durst killed Mrs. Beaton. The next few weeks must have been awfully difficult and complicated for the other teachers. Mrs. Beaton was beloved among staff as well, of course, and it's really hard to argue that Durst didn't kill Mrs. Beaton, even though he obviously didn't mean to or even mean to harm her. But adult teachers can't go accusing a 12-year-old boy of killing their 76-year-old colleague because she had a heart attack in response to his bad behavior. They still had to treat that bad behavior in the same way they would have normally treated it. Unfortunately for them, they all knew they'd been complacent with Durst, and if they suddenly acted differently, it would imply that they believed that he was at fault. Now, I have a bit of insight here, so I know that his parents had had plenty of meetings with the school, and the teachers panicked and worrying about the psychological effect that it would have on their son if he fully blamed himself for Mrs. Beaton dying. On the other hand, they understood that he couldn't be allowed to believe that he held no responsibility either, because his bad behavior had led to something terrible happening. So basically, the teachers and his parents decided that he should be punished, but not too much. Simply moving schools wasn't an option at first, and they also decided that it could make Durst internalize too much guilt. So basically, it meant that Durst got a handful of detentions and our music teacher was dead. In the eyes of his angry classmates, who all knew we bore a bit of guilt too, this meant that Durst had gotten away with murder, literally. We only had a few weeks left for summer term, and I think most of us were too shell-shocked at seeing Mrs. Beaton die to literal cringe to actually act on it then. We all received counseling, although surprisingly little concerning that we'd seen a woman die in front of our eyes. And our class also had a special assembly without Durst, where the head mistress herself emphasized strongly that while Durst's behavior had been unacceptable, it was very important that we all realized that Durst did not intentionally harm Mrs. Beaton, and that she was very old, and we all had our part to play, and blah blah blah. We were little kids, and not very compassionate, and also certainly didn't want to admit that we all egged Durst on that day. And so instead, we spent the summer seething and plotting with our friends and talking about how we were going to make Durst pay in the autumn term. Honestly, I think we were surprised that he even actually showed up at school in September. I didn't know until later that moving schools would have been a really awkward and difficult option, so I'd genuinely just been expecting never to see Durst again. The kid who showed up at the start of year 8 was a very different boy to the Durst of year 7. Haunted is the best word to describe him. Clearly, if there was one person who blamed Durst for Mrs. Beaton's death, it was Durst himself. On the first day of class, he walked up to our form room teacher and handed over a note and then quietly sat in his seat. The teacher read the note and addressed the class to ask if we would call Durst by his real name, Ben, going forward, and then moved on with taking register. Durst, or Ben, just kept to himself after that, and he barely spoke to anyone, and when he did, it was because he had to. He most certainly did not listen to Limp Bizkit or any music in the corridors, and he did not attend music class, and now that I think about it, it's kind of ghoulish that the rest of our class still had the lesson in the same classroom we'd seen Mrs. Beaton die in, but hey-ho, here we go. The new teacher was young and inexperienced, and some of the boys in the class would make half-hearted jokes about how the role was cursed because of Mrs. Beaton, but nobody really got mad at them for it because we all knew that the respect that we had for her was good. And we were all still mad at Durst though and refused to call him Ben despite what we'd been asked. We called him Durst or Killer and made absolutely no secret of the fact that we blamed him for murdering Mrs. Beaton. One of our favorite ways of tormenting him was to sing the ABBA song, When I Kissed the Teacher, but change the lyrics to Killed, which was deeply cruel in retrospect, and I'm pretty sure some of the boys got in some more trouble for bullying Durst than Durst ever got into the year before any of his behavior, and while I think the teachers should have been tougher with Durst in the first place, I do think it's right that they crack down on his bullying now. Durst, or Ben, had very obviously not intended to do anything more than scandalize Mrs. Beaton. Certainly not kill her, and even then as a kid I could tell that he was deeply haunted and guilty about it. It was like Mrs. Beaton's ghost lurked around him. In fact, some kids started saying that. There was a rumor that if you looked at Durst at just the right angle, you could see Mrs. Beaton's apparition in his shadow or in his reflection. We'd share this rumor just loud enough for Durst himself to hear, and more than once I caught him staring at his reflection or his shadow in a very nervous way. And throughout year 8, it eventually just became set in stone fact that A, Durst had killed Mrs. Beaton, and B, Mrs. Beaton's ghost was now haunting Durst. The bullying continued, and no matter how severely the teachers tried to punish us, we would not stop calling Durst a killer and telling him he was haunted. Last September, I somehow landed this incredible employment opportunity. The company was based out in the Pacific Northwest, and seeing that I was in NYC, I replied somewhat on a whim because the pay was so good. They gave me a call, I interviewed okay, and then when I didn't hear anything back for a couple of weeks, I figured that they just passed me over. But then one day, they called and told me that I'd got the job. I didn't say anything about not being serious regarding my application, but I did tell them that I might have some logistical issues in moving across the country and finding a place to live. I thought that'd have them considering other candidates, but they were so dead set on bringing me aboard that they offered 12 months of free accommodation until I got onto my feet. It was a nice place too, small for a house, but well put together for what I could tell. And so in the space of around 24 hours, that application I sent off on a whim ended up changing my life. About a month later, I'd moved out to Washington to start my new job, and I was absolutely enamored with my new house. It was actually the first time that I'd lived in an actual house, and not just an apartment, and having expected to live in New York City for most of my life, living in a house wasn't something I expected until I was aged like 40 or 50. It might sound kind of lame, but it was very exciting in a sort of now I'm grown up kind of way. And the thing that got me super excited as we rolled into the middle of October was that Halloween was actually approaching pretty quick. And like I said, I'd never lived in a house before, only apartment buildings, and trick-or-treaters generally don't actually stop at apartment buildings unless there's a bowl of candy outside and some direction on who to actually buzz. And that's if they trick-or-treat at all, because from experience, it's definitely much more of a suburban activity than an urban one. But that meant, as late October started to approach, I started planning what I was going to do for the spookiest day of the year. I carved a pumpkin, bought a ton of fun-sized candy bags, and then made sure my front windows had enough decoration to entice local trick-or-treaters. And let me tell you, it worked. And from maybe 5:30 to around 8 o'clock, I had around 24 groups of trick-or-treaters knock on my door. I saw a Waldo, a Beetlejuice, a couple of cowboys, and then there was the kid who looked exactly like the main character from The Bear, who'd also apparently mastered the "I'm so tired I could collapse" look. And I saw a mini Michael Myers who made me wonder how the hell a 10-year-old knew who Michael Myers was, but I think the best costumes of the night were two boys wearing Mario and Luigi costumes who were almost the exact same proportions as those two Italian plumbers. And after Mario and Luigi showed up, the group started to thin out a little, and rather than face being interrupted while I was cooking or showering, I just decided to put a bowl of candy out on the windowsill outside so any latecomers could actually help themselves. Now, maybe an hour later, just after 9 p.m., I sat down on my couch to check out what horror movies Netflix had to offer. I was sitting there in my bathrobe, beer bottle in one hand and the TV remote in the other, when I suddenly heard a gentle tapping on my kitchen window. The size of the house meant my kitchen and living area were right next to one another, so I could literally turn my head and see where the person was knocking. I figured someone just wanted the candy bowl refilled, and by tapping on the window, they were just being a smartass and showing off to his costume friends by acting very creepy. Now, I wasn't mad about it. I actually kind of smiled to myself thinking, alright buddy, that's exactly what I would have done. And I was also kind of half expecting a jump scare when I pulled back the blinds too, and that maybe some masked teenage troublemaker was going to growl more candy and scare me. But I was ready for them, so I grabbed the blinds, pulled them back, and just about felt my heart stop in my chest. Standing outside in the dimly lit street, I saw a lone figure wearing a ski mask and dark clothing, and he was pointing what looked to be some kind of short, black shotgun at the window. Now, I must have looked at the guy for no more than maybe a split second, no longer than the time it took to blink, but when I looked back on it, it was like he was perfectly framed by the window for maybe a minute or two. I remember how the material his ski mask was made of kind of shined in the low light, and I remember how his eyes were the widest I'd ever seen and how the whites were the whitest I'd ever seen. I remember him holding the shotgun in both hands and how it looked sleek and jet black, but kind of old and scuffed too, like it's been passed around. But then once that image had been burned into my brain, I hit the floor so hard that I ended up with some serious bruising on my arms and legs. Yet in the moment, I didn't feel so much of a twinge of pain as I slammed into the hardwood beneath me. I thought the shot was going to come at any second. I thought the glass would go flying across the room. I also figured that I was screwed either way because then he could just lean through the window and blast me. But no shot came. I'm not 100% sure how long I was lying there, but I had this weird thought of, I guess time really does stand still when you're terrified. I figured the guy was one trigger pull away from blowing out my windows and that it was seconds dragging by before he re-aimed and fired again. But then I suddenly heard a car door slam and then a really loud revving of an engine before a car sped off into the night. I didn't get up right away. Part of me didn't trust that it was over, but then after maybe a minute or so of silence, I pushed myself up off the ground and dared to peer behind the blinds. The street outside was quiet again, just streetlights and parked cars. And then when my legs stopped shaking enough for me to actually stand, I called 911 and told the dispatcher what had just happened. And that first call out was as boring as it was frustrating because after taking my report, the cops basically told me to go get a hotel room for a night if I didn't feel safe, which, duh, I didn't feel safe. I knew they weren't exactly going to post a guard outside for little old me, but to basically be told don't like it, then leave, seemed incredibly cold. and I spent the night in a hotel and went to work that next morning with one hell of a story to tell. I figured that I'd probably spend a second night in that hotel too, because I still had no idea what was going on with that masked man and his shotgun, at least until I got a phone call from a police officer in the late afternoon, and then he explained everything. So the cop who called wasn't one of the regular street cops that I'd spoken to after the incident. This guy said he was from the city's gang task force, and after hearing the report, he believed that he could provide a little insight into what had happened. According to the cop, my home's previous occupants had been gang members, and had only vacated a matter of weeks before I moved in. In all likelihood, the guy with the shotgun didn't fire because he recognized that I wasn't anyone he was looking for. And rather than murder a civilian and bring down even more heat on them, the trigger man had the wherewithal to not do his job and then dive back into the getaway car before I made it to a phone. He didn't think I'd be targeted again, not after they knew that it was some civilian in that place, and not who they thought. But as much as I'd like to say that that reassured me, I'm just not sure that it had the intended effect. I realized that up in my apartment building I was actually protected. I had some crazy nights in my time, and the streets of New York City can get equally crazy at the worst of times. But whenever I was home, I was up in my castle, 3 floors above all the craziness going on down there on the street. And it didn't even occur to me until that night how in that house I was exposed to just about any son of a bitch who came up and tapped on my window. That stayed with me too for a long time, and although there soon came a time when I felt safe enough to relax again, I also knew how terrified it'd be if I heard that same tap, tap, tapping on my window again. The scariest events of my entire childhood took place on Halloween. So I was out trick-or-treating with some friends, and we were making our way towards the neighborhood with big houses and some pretty long driveways. And we'd gotten full-size candy bars at a couple of houses the previous year. As you can imagine, we were pretty excited to get back there before they ran out. And as many of those big houses had people celebrating Halloween, so we had to walk between maybe 4 or 5 at a time before we saw ones with decorations. Now we hit up one place and then found another, but then had to walk like a whole block before we saw another place that looked like it was giving out candy. My buddies and I started walking up the driveway, and the place looked really friendly and welcoming. They didn't have just one, but 2 pumpkins out front, and whoever decorated the porch had spared no expense whatsoever. There was plastic bats hanging from the ceiling of the porch, creepy plastic root-looking things wrapped around the columns, and the front door had been draped in these fake cobwebs. It looked awesome, so I remember expecting nothing but a very warm welcome and some of those precious full-sized bars. And instead, we got something that sent us running and screaming back down the driveway. I remember pressing the bell at the side of the door but not hearing anything. I figured that it might have been one of those electric doorbells with sort of a softer ding-dong that you could only hear inside the house. But then when no one came to the door, I assumed that it was probably broken or something of that nature. And that's when I reached for the door to knock on it. But when I did, it swung open just a little on its hinges, revealing that it was unlocked and actually open. Both me and my buddies kind of looked at each other on account of how strange that was, and then I knocked once more while calling out, "Hello? Anyone home?" No one answered. And apart from the soft sound of a TV playing somewhere in the house, it stayed completely silent. And as things went from weird to creepy, one of my friends suggested that we just leave. And I felt it too. Sort of this creeping sense that we shouldn't be there, and that something bad was actually happening. But at the same time, I just had that burning curiosity, and I couldn't just walk off without first pushing that front door open. I remember reaching out very slowly, and one of my friends says, "Dude, what the hell are you doing?" But I didn't listen. I just slowly pushed the door open with the tip of my finger while calling out again to see if anyone was home. I'd hoped to see a person walking down the hall, having just neglected to fully close their door after that last bunch of trick-or-treaters had showed up. But instead, I saw an older woman lying on the floor, so that all I could see were the bottoms of her shoes. When my friend saw, he just gasped to himself, and then called out just as softly to ask if she was okay. Obviously, she wasn't okay, and I honestly thought she was dead at first. But then as soon as my buddy called out, she kind of just reared up so she was sitting on her butt and looked right at us with these eyes that looked like they were looking through us. But that's not what really scared us. What sent us running back down that driveway, screaming our little heads off, was the blood running out of the gash where her forehead met her hairline, and the raspy, scratching groan that she let out as she just sat there looking at us. The first of us to turn and run started screaming, "Zombie! It's a zombie!" at the top of his lungs. And I blame my little kid brain for this, but I was also thinking, holy crap, it really is like the living dead for a few seconds. At least until it occurred to me that there was no way in hell that that lady had come back to life after being dead, and that in actual fact, she was actually really hurt and in some serious need of help. My buddy was still yelling about zombies when we ran up the driveway of the house opposite that, and I had to tell him to shut the hell up before anyone answered the door, because they'd end up probably calling the cops thinking some kids were just playing a prank on them. And as soon as a man opened the door, I started yelling about how he needed to call an ambulance because the lady across the street was hurt. The guy yelled for his wife to call 911, then we all ran back across the street. The lady was sitting on her porch by then, holding something against her head to stop the bleeding, and having woken up a little from being out cold, she was able to talk again. I remember the guy called her Helen when he asked her what had happened, and she told him how some son of a bitch had whacked her as soon as she opened the door. It turns out the guy had been walking around in an oversized Halloween costume, mask and all, and then hit her over the head with something when she went to tell him to buzz off. She thanked us for telling someone to call 911, but she seemed to be fine, and that if we came back the next night, she'd give us all of her leftover candy for being such good boys. And we did just that. And there she was, with a bandage around her head and with her husband thanking us for helping her. I'm glad everything turned out okay, we all were, but at the time it was one of the most frightening things I'd ever experienced. I guess at that perfect age where I knew what I was seeing, but my mind couldn't quite process all that fear and dread that came with it. I thought that I was seeing the dead coming back to life, and that was horrifying to me. But now I understand the real tragedy is that when they're gone, there's no coming back for the people we love. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday night. If you get a story, be sure to submit them over at my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. Go subscribe. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, ho, ho, ho.